Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
Feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that crap up, please, for your own benefit. I just heard a ding. I don't know what that was. Yeah, so the name of the show today is Holier Than Thou, right? Holier Than Thou. A lot of us walk around with this attitude, that we think we're better, like it's not just people who are religious who carry this attitude, lots of people carry this attitude, this, I'm doing things the right way and you're not. I'm wrong. I'm right and you're wrong, you know. It's I don't know. Whenever you get caught up in that kind of way of thinking, I think that you're missing a lot. I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna come back to it. I ain't gonna lie, you guys. I did that 8 hour show the other day and I'm still exhausted. I have to work. I just got off work and I worked all day and I double closed today. So my eyes are kind of burning. So y'all gonna have to bear with me a bit. I think I can get some energy going after a minute. And I'm gonna come back to this. Basically, you know what? Let's start off with I think I have a video to talk about the holier than thou idea. Let me see. Do I have it? Which one is it? Give me a second while I look at this. I saw a couple of them that was okay. I don't want to get all super religious with y'all. I did grow up in the church, but I have become more spiritual now. I think that religion is a good thing, but it can also be It can also leave you limited. I'm just gonna play the first clips of this, the first few seconds of this.
Hey everyone, hope you're all having a lovely day today. Hope you're all having a good weekend, Sunday, whatever. So I wanted to come on here really quick today and talk about something that I kind of noticed / saw yesterday. And I've actually been wanting to talk about this topic for a while, but we need to make sure that as believers we are approachable. We never want to have this holier than thou attitude or persona or presence about ourselves. um, because in reality, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. We're all fallen human beings. That's kind of the whole point. That's why Jesus literally had to die for us, because we're imperfect, and Jesus needed to pay for all of our sins. Otherwise, we wouldn't be going to heaven. Um, but in addition to that, when it comes to witnessing to other people, if people think that you're this person who is so perfect and has it all together, which none of us are, it makes you seem less attainable / approachable. I was watching this character development video for this character from the movie Bridesmaids, which I've never seen before. But they were doing this like kind of like character analysis, which I love. Character analysis. I love like literature and movies, and like analyzing why characters are the way they are, specifically villains. And there's this one villain in the movie, Heather, or antagonist, not Heather, Helen, I think that's her name. And she's this whole like fake nice kind of a person, like, oh my gosh, hi, that whole thing. And her whole persona is this holier than thou person, and trying to make it seem like she has it all together and she's so much better than everybody else. And in the analysis they were talking about how that kind of persona deters people away from you. And it's funny because in the character's motivation is she wants people to like her, but in actuality her trying to seem like she's better than everyone else, it's making everyone like go away from her. And I feel like when it comes to us as believers, if we put up this persona of we have it all together, we're so much better, which we're not. Again, we're all very fallen human beings. I feel like the more that you understand God's grace, the more fallen that you realize you are. And if we are trying to put up a front like we have it all together, and again, that holier than thou attitude, which just pisses everybody off, it deters people away from you. Like, it does not make anyone want to talk to you. One, because they think that people like that are jerk wagons and are like super egocentric, which a lot of the times can be true. And two, it also makes people like almost like intimidated, I guess you could say, where they're like, oh, like, are they going to judge me because I'm not like as good as them? None of us.
So it's like, what do they say? Only God can judge me. So it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of judgment that happens, when you're in that position, and then a lot of times it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's like you're putting up you're projecting this image that is not real, and you're using that unreal image to others. In a lot of cases, you're doing the same thing, like behind closed doors or whatever. So, like, as long as nobody sees you doing the activities that you are, judging the other person for, then you feel like you're winning or whatever. It's like, sweep around your own front door type of deal. Like how someone's house, they don't want to see your house. These kind of people are the ones that meet other people at restaurants or whatever, even their family members or whatever. They don't even have like their family members over to their home because they're afraid of what they're going to say about, the way that they live or whatever. They have something to hide, and like that part about being unapproachable is like, and turning people off is repelling others. If you love your family members and you're honest with them, then you're not going to have a problem with them coming to your home and seeing how you live or whatever, because again, nobody's perfect. We all have issues. We all have things that we're trying to overcome. When we pretend that we've overcome everything, and I'm always trying to, it's like that person that's always trying to give advice. Like, I don't give advice. I try not to anyways. First off, I'm afraid. I try to give you some advice and then it just goes to shit, and I'm gonna feel personally, accountable for it. I'm gonna feel like it's my fault or whatever. If you listen to what I said and then your whole thing went to shit, you know. But it's like those people that they want to they're always giving advice. They're always telling people that you should do this or you should do that, and you should do this, or you should do that. Like they know everything. Like, it's kind of like, the more you know, the more you know that you don't know things. And it's like the person that's the most ignorant is the one that's the most confident, and the person that knows most stuff is the one that has least amount of confidence. And it's the same thing with this holier than thou thing. The faker you are, the more confident you are in your, you know, superiority, if you will. I don't like it. I really don't. I hate that idea. I hate that way of people carrying themselves. And I don't know. I could be guilty of this at times. I could be guilty of being unapproachable or whatever. It's a certain way that I carry myself or whatever. I think that, I believe at the end of the day, I believe in God. I really do. And I believe that, you should walk a higher power. Like you really should see things as, realize that there's things greater than yourself in the world, and really care about others and stuff like that. And I think when you really believe those things and you really walk that in your life, it emanates a certain image to others, and it makes them feel uncomfortable. When you try to look for the truth, it's like those people who care more about being right than what is actually the truth. If being right is more important to you than the truth is, then you're never going to know, you're never going to grow, you're never going to know what the actual truth is. It's like you don't really want to know what the truth is. You just want to be right. So then that information that comes out that shows that you were wrong, that you weren't aware, that you were ignorant of something, you ignore those things, and therefore you stay in that same position of not knowing. And you go through life and things happen, and then you don't even understand why they happened or whatever. So, and then that's where religion comes in, because then you can blame, you could put it on God or whatever. You could put it on God. You could be like, I'm giving it away to God. Let Jesus take the wheel type of deal. Um, but it's like, that's like a cop out. That's like not taking personal accountability for your life and the things that you can't control. Now, there are things that are out of your control. What is the serenity prayer? God, give me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. But there's things that you can change. And and you can't expect God to just place things in your lap or whatever. Like, you can't expect things to just fall into place. Like, prayer is important, prayer is good, but that's only part of the deal. You have to actually put in work and effort to get to that point of things happening, or you accomplishing the things that you want to accomplish. If you just sit there and pray, something's going to happen that's going to pay my light bill, that's not going to work out for you. It's just not. And then, we in our brain, we start to be illogical and childlike when we let those types of way of thinking, dictate things. And, the less the less you know how to pay your light bill, if you will. You know what I mean? You need to learn more stuff so that you can accomplish what you need to accomplish and take care of business. Protect your family, protect yourself. you know how can you help others if you can't help yourself? What they say, you got to fill your cup first. When you're on an airplane and they have that sign and it tells you to put your mask on first before you put the mask on the child. And I know a lot of people, I say this all the time, but I don't think a lot of people really get it. It's important. That sign tells you that for a reason, because you're in the process, like, you're like, oh, I gotta look out for my child, I gotta make sure my child is good. And you reach and get the mask and put the mask on the child, and then you pass out. And now you're no good for the child now. Like, you can't protect the child, you can't do anything for them, you out of there. You have to make sure you're good first and then take care of the child. It's a process. You have to follow the procedure. the order of operations, if you will. I don't know. Am I losing y'all? Let me see.
A lot of us believe that the things that people. Now, what is a critical spirit? Critical spirit is someone who believes that they have the gift of recognizing people's faults. They have the gift of seeing problems and weaknesses in other people's lives, and it comes real easy to them. Now, I'm describing a lot of people. I'm describing most people. It's very hard not to notice things in people's lives. Where it becomes critical is when you begin to look for it. If you're the one coming in, walking.
So you're looking for the faults in others, and it is really easy to look at others and see what they're doing wrong. But what a lot of us struggle with is seeing where we are wrong, seeing the errors in our own ways. We're totally blind to that. We can see what everyone else is doing wrong. We can't see what we're doing. We can't see how we're affecting things in a negative way.
Walking around the room, investigating everybody else's life, trying to figure out their problems, judging them, judging their husbands, judging their wives, judging their kids or the lack thereof. Whatever you do, that is the most unwelcome attitude you can have in any arena of your life. It does more damage, it causes more problems than anything I can think of. This Pharisee judges Jesus for something he legally could judge Jesus for. Jesus walks in. They had this expectation of cleanliness. In the Old Testament law, it was expected for the hands to be washed a certain way, for things to be done a certain way, or it was considered unclean. But their first instinct isn't, maybe he washed before he got here. The first thing isn't, he's a guest. It's okay. Sometimes people forget. There's no benefit of the doubt. There's no, let's respect this guy. The very first instinct is, somebody's not doing it like they're supposed to. Does that sound familiar? A lot of us believe that the things that people are doing, we know better. Or the person that's doing it to you knows better. What matters is you think your opinion matters. We are the most opinionated people in the world. Right now, you can drive through Sycamore with your Yelp app on, if you get Yelp, and you can go through and read the opinions of people you will never meet about restaurants, stores, how many stars they got, what they liked about it, what they didn't like it. We've created this atmosphere where you have the legal right, I would say legal expectation to judge everything. Our opinion matters not. No one is asking what we think about the world's problems. No one wants to know how you can tell them how bad they're doing. No one wants to know that. It's not our job to walk around with a plank in our eye trying to pull splinters out of someone else's. It's not our call.
It's like, I can't help but to think of Rick and Morty, and there's a meme from Rick and Morty where he's like, your opinions are shit. They are shit. It's really funny to me anyways. Yeah, judgmental. Some of these people are so judgmental. If I don't really, I don't want to step on any toes, but like as far as Jesus being a real person, I think that it was more of like a what do you call it, like a label that you give people. So there were multiple people who would fall into that label as Jesus, if you will. And so, but anyways, if it was a person and it was Jesus, but you didn't know it was Jesus, these people are so judgmental. They'd be judging this guy, saying he's doing everything wrong or whatever, that's where we are. They pick them apart. You're doing it the wrong way. That's not how you're supposed to praise. And, the dude would be like, you know what, man, you don't know what you're talking about, but I think that, if Jesus wouldn't tell you, like, he wouldn't say I'm the son of God, like, or I'm closer to God or whatever. he would probably ask you questions. He would be like, "What leads you to think this way? How did you get to these conclusions? What have you done? You know, in the grace of the Lord, if you will. How are you walking the path? You know, what is your relationship with God like? You know, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for others? Do you believe in something that's greater than yourself? These people that are holier than thou, they think that they are bigger than everyone else, and that's the opposite of, the Christ energy. Hey, what do I know? I'm just a guy. A little bit more. We're going to move on.
Adult wise King Solomon said, "Destroy one's not commit adultery," in Exodus 20:14. The wise King Solomon said, "The adulterer destroys his own soul," in Proverbs 6:32. The Apostle Paul tells us in Hebrews 13:4, "Fornicators and adulterers God will judge." We live in an age where promiscuity is encouraged. TV shows glorify it. Musicians sing about it. Society glorifies it. It is somewhat of a liberation, a freedom to live life however you want. There is an increasing need for the Church of God to educate believers on the relevance of keeping their souls from the destruction which sexual sin brings. Sexual sins did not begin in this generation. It has been an age-long problem down the history of mankind, notably the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, who were practicing sexually until God judged them with fire and brimstone. Several other examples of men and women in Scripture had bitter stories to tell from the consequences of their sexual sin. Beloved, 1 Corinthians 6:18 says, "Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." This is a powerful scripture that reveals that you not only sin against God when you commit sexual sins, it further says that sexual sin is a sin committed against your own body. Imagine a man destroying himself. Sexual sin blinds its victims by making them to focus on the momentary pleasure, but despising the destruction of their souls. The more people commit sexual sins, the more they subject their souls to weakness and destruction. This is the reason they become addicted in the long run. They no longer get satisfied with their acts, and they resort to doing silly things just to keep up their desires and longings. Sexual sins destroy the soul. Each time of pleasure spent in them are moments of downward spiritual movements. They keep getting farther away from God. No one on earth will ever derive full satisfaction from sins. People who indulge in them keep going downward until they reach the points of regret, where it is too late to act otherwise. A good illustration from the scripture is the story of Samson. He had great power, but he lacked discipline. He was a wise man, but this one area of his life led him down the wrong path. One of the paths that lead to destruction is walking in the ways of adultery and fornication. Adultery, which is a sexual sin, seems to be trivial, but we see the end result is destruction of one's very own soul. Let us not lie to one another. There is pleasure in sin. There is a great deal of pleasure in fornication and adultery. But aside from the pleasure, there are great repercussions of these sins, one of which is the destruction of one's very own soul.
He keeps on saying that, like, ugh. Yeah. So, I don't know about all of that. Some of this, what he's talking about. But it's like it's really about indulging your lower self. You know, it's about those fleeting moments that the part that was good out of this was where, like, it becomes less and less, and you keep on searching for that high that you're getting from it because it's no longer satisfying to you. Because things that are holy, like things that are good, they're gonna be satisfying all the time. When you do something for someone else and you see the smile on their face, or you see how it affects their life, like that's going to give you satisfaction every time. That doesn't really depreciate. So it's like those things that are selfish are the ones that tend to depreciate. As far as like, I wouldn't say just having sex is a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's like I think about the Holy Trilogy, and I think about man, woman, and child. And I also feel like when it's in, someone, two people are in love, and sex becomes a holy ritual. It becomes a it's spiritual. It really is. The power in that is really strong, because that's creation. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the lies, that's one thing he mentioned, though. The lies, it's like when it comes to the part where you're talking about adultery, and it's like cheating on your significant other. You love that person. You guys made a pact together, and y'all decided that y'all were going to be together or whatever. And then you go against what you said you were going to do, and then you come back and you tell lies to cover that up. And I think that the act is one thing, but the lies is a whole nother. And I think the lies are the worst part. The lies are what hurt. The lies are what cause people to, be really hurt, and then they act out, and bad things happen. And as far as your life being destroyed, that is true. I mean, like, it doesn't matter. Like, he's using the example of Samson. Like, you could be a king and you could have kingdoms or whatever, but all of that can be destroyed as a result of you doing. It's really from the lies. It's really from the lies, is what I would say. Um, um, I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I am not a spiritual guru over here. You know, um, the whole and thou thing too. It had, like in these videos that we're playing, they start talking about Jesus and they talk about Christianity, and a lot of Christians, they feel like Christianity is the one and true religion, and it's like, again, that goes with the part where they're talking about you're doing it wrong and I'm doing it right. So like, I'm a Christian and I worship Jesus or whatever, and if you're not doing that, then you're going to hell. You won't be saved. Jesus is the only way. And there goes that holier than thou attitude coming out again. And then you're deceiving yourself when you think that someone who worships a different religion, or maybe they're not religious at all, and that they don't have a relationship with God, that they're doing it the wrong way, that they're not righteous. There is a real problem. And that's the reason why I really like to follow spirituality, because spirituality doesn't tell you one specific religion is the right one, and all the other ones are wrong. It's really crazy, because even within Christianity, they have the different sects of Christianity, and each one feels like they're the right one and all the other ones are wrong. So even, even more, like that's so intense. Like, you have to be a Methodist, or you have to be a Baptist, or you have to be Catholic or Lutheran, or, go down the list. Every single one of them feels like they're the right way, and all the other ones are wrong. And that's a problem. You can choose to have your relationship with God in the way that you choose to have your relationship with God. Even atheists, it's the same thing, because if you care for your neighbor, if you having Christ like energy, you know you you have altruism, you living in truth. Truth is what matters to you. You believe in things that are bigger than yourself. you know the universe, same thing. A lot of times I like to say the universe in place of God. um person worshiping God versus a person worshiping the universe, and then the results end up being the same. you know Being in balance with nature, caring about nature, realizing how you fit in the whole scheme of things, and how, like, the importance of each individual just like a link in the chain of the whole thing. And that is the opposite of holier than thou. You think that you are the whole chain or whatever. Like, you don't realize that you're just a link in the chain. Anyways, um I'm gonna move on. Let's read a couple comments in here. Let's see if there's some good comments. So, wishing everyone a blessed, happy Veterans Day. Praying for everyone every day. God bless you all. It says, God is so good. Don't give up. God is your strength. Whatever you're going through, He sees it and He will help you get through it. Through each storm, rely on God. You will realize that God never left you when you reflect on all that you have experienced. Get ready for a new beginning. There will be better days ahead. Keep going. You know, I think we need to hear good words sometimes too. We're scrolling on Instagram, we're scrolling on TikTok or whatever. We're watching the news, we're watching the politics, and we're getting all caught up in things, and we get all emotional, and we have to look at the good in the world too. The you know it, we can't forget about the wonderful things like oxygen, like the sun, like the fact that we're on the earth. It's really a miracle. Our life is a miracle. They Just being born is a miracle. You had all of those sperm cells looking for that egg, and all of the right conditions had to be there. The egg had to be in the right place. It had to be viable. All those sperm cells, one of them had to find the way in there. And that's what created you. That's how you started. Like, you started as a miracle. So, and each day that you're alive, you're a mirror. It's a miracle. It really is. Like, the miracle of life is mind blowing when you think about it. And we just get used to these things and we belittle them, and we forget about how great it is. The Everything is in balance. The earth fits right in the Goldilocks zone and the distance it is from the sun, so that water can stay at a liquid state. Like, so many different conditions. It's really chaos out there. And we live in this little tranquil, perfect little bubble. It's like a spaceship, and it's protecting us. It gives us everything that we need. We don't have to have a spacesuit. We could just breathe the oxygen. We could just grab food off of a tree. We It's perfect for us. It's really like we live in the Garden of Eden. The earth is the Garden of Eden. It really is for us. And we don't appreciate that. We forget that we're so blessed. See, and that's another thing. I don't like the words. I don't like blessed. I stay away from it. When people sneeze and you're supposed to say bless you or whatever, I don't say it. A lot of people don't really understand that, and I don't take the time to explain it, because they're still not going to get it after I explain it. But it's like, the way the meanings of these words and where they come from you know, matters, I think, you know. And I think that if an ancient person was here today and then they sneezed and you said bless you, I think they would curse you. They would curse you out. They would be upset. They would be angry that you said that. I really do think that. And that's the reason why I don't say it, because of the real meanings of these words. But it is what it is. We make things into new meanings. So the intention is what really matters. So that's why I'm not gonna push too hard on stuff like that. It's really about the intention. Kenzie, please. Um, but yeah, those words have different meanings, you know, and and I don't want to step on anybody's religion, so I'm not gonna explain that. The cross, the ankh, the womb, um, two phalluses, life forever, everlasting life. That's the birth. That's the Holy Trinity. That's mother, father, and child. So, you know, they were talking about how, like, it was oral. The Bible was passed down orally for a long time before it was ever written down. And then it had variations in it, and a lot of this stuff came from really old stuff, and it was good stuff. It's just it's been perverted over time, and people have lost the real meanings of things. It's really sad. But if you just go through life and you care for others, you care about the earth, care about the plants, you realize that you're not greater than everything else. You try not to be so selfish. You try not to be so vain. You know, I was thinking about something, and it's like if you're over 25 years old and on your wallpaper on your phone is a picture of yourself, then you have some mental health issues. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to smash on anybody, but if you're younger, I get it. But once you get over like 25 and you just have a picture, now, if it's a picture of you and your significant other, that's totally different. That's totally, totally different. But if it's just a picture of you and that's your wallpaper on your phone and you're over 25, you need to reevaluate your life. You got some mental health issues that you need to work through. Anyways, I probably just pissed everybody off. Let's look at some headlines, and then we're gonna get into the show. Probably not gonna stay on here that long. I'm gonna try not to, anyways. Top headline on AP. Am I sharing this? No, I'm not. And I might come back to the concept of holier than thou too, because it kind of goes along with everything. The top headline on AP is: in 100 days, the Israel-Hamas war has transformed the region. The fighting shows no signs of ending. Yeah, man. How can these people go back home? They don't have a home to go back to. Read more. It says, as Israel-Hamas war reached 100-day mark, here's the conflict by numbers. A global day of protest draws thousands in Washington and other cities in pro-Palestinian marches. I don't know if I shared that clip, but they had like a whole bunch of people outside of Washington, D.C. I mean, outside of the White House in Washington, D.C., protesting. And it was like a simultaneous protest from other places around the world. And it said it was evacuating the people out of the White House as a result. Another headline, it says, counting the days, families of Hamas hostages prepare to mark loved ones' 100th day in captivity. It says, a weekend of intense winter weather could see low temperature records set in the U.S. heartland. Continuing wave of Arctic storms, I can't freaking talk. Continuing wave of Arctic storms threatens to break low temperature records in the nation's heartland and spread a cold snow from coast to coast. pretty chilly. We got a freeze coming here in Houston on Monday and Tuesday. It's Martin Luther King Day, so I don't know what that means, but well, being that it's a holiday, even though a lot of people don't really recognize it, but anybody that can get off of work is probably going to get off of work. It'd probably be a good idea because these people don't drive very well in normal circumstances. So less people on the roads, the better. I think the safer people are going to be if they're staying at home. A lot of people are afraid that it's going to be a freeze and it's going to happen like in, what was it, 2022? We had a freeze and it overloaded the grid and the lights went out for like 3-4 days. It's a related coverage. It says Chief and Dolphins play fourth coldest game in NFL history at -4 degrees. Ugh. Wouldn't have wanted to be in that stadium. It says the avalanche risk is high in much of the western U.S. Here's what you need to know how to stay safe. Shit, don't go outside. Don't go out there in that shit. You're going to be skiing in the freaking, I don't know. I guess a lot of people would look at it like that. They'd be like, fresh powder. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Another headline says, in Uganda, refugees need for wood ravaged the forest. They work to restore it. U.S. says Texas barred border agents from entering park to try to save 3 migrants who drowned. Yes, I'm going to go into this. I have a clip on this. I don't want to read this particular article, I don't think. But yeah, like this is really silly how you have this thing going on between the federal government and Texas. And there's a part of the border that you have like the Texas Marshals are keeping the I'm probably saying it wrong, but the law enforcement of Texas is keeping the federal law enforcement from being able to access a certain part of the border. And the federal agents want to go there and do their job, apprehend illegals and deport them. And the state of Texas is keeping them from doing that. That's really crazy. Another headline says Donald Trump ordered to pay the New York Times and its reporters nearly $400,000 in legal fees. He has to pay the reporters. He has to pay the New York Times. What? Why? I don't care enough to read that article. Taiwan President-elect Lai Ching-te has steered the island toward democracy and away from China. That's kind of interesting news. I think I have a clip on this we're going to possibly get to. And Biden is like, hey, we never really said that we want Taiwan to not be a part of China. Like, we're not on that. It's like, we don't want no problems with China, like, because things are really heating up. You've got the people in Taiwan, they're training and getting ready to go to war with China. They're in case there's an invasion from China on the land in Taiwan, they're preparing to fight against them. What it also makes me think about, I'm going to get into, is the bombs in Yemen, and it's like, I heard somebody make a comment at the restaurant and they were like, we just dropped a bunch of bombs and it meant nothing. It had no impact, and it's like, that is the truth. Like, they dropped a bunch of bombs in Yemen and it had no impact. And this will be the 4th president in a row that has bombed Yemen, and it's, like I say, not really having an impact. Yemen is still doing what they're doing. Like, these people are used to war. Like, that's the way they have been living, and they've learned how to have their society keep going even though they're in wartime. Like, it's really crazy. They depend on themselves. They don't need anything from outside, and they're used to having to sacrifice. So us United States people, we don't know about sacrifice. So We those people are gonna be fine, and they're gonna keep on fighting. Another headline says North Korea launches ballistic missile towards sea. South Korea says, yeah. So there's been issues happening between North and South Korea, and that's really interesting. And it was like some ships off the coast, or it was an island, I want to say, where they um, were shooting missiles at. And you know, the United States has a lot to do with this, a lot to do with that. It says Indonesia, Mount Marapo erupts again, leading to evacuations but not reported casualties. Trump Haley DeSantis campaign in frigid Iowa in the final days before the Republican caucuses. Yeah, so it seems like Nikki Haley and DeSantis are the last ones standing versus Trump. And once these really get going, the primaries really get going, DeSantis or Haley or whatever, they need to win early to have any kind of shot. I don't think they have a shot, and I don't think they're going to win early. We're going to see them dropping out. Chris Christie already dropped out. It's like nobody even heard about it. It's just like quietly stepped away. You know, what's crazy about that is whatever money he raised, he gets to go home with that. Says 2 Navy SEALs are missing after a night mission off the coast of Somalia. Yeah, they've been covering this crazy on the news. I don't know. I think that the reason why they're doing this is to get people to be like, oh, they're doing something to our, our Navy SEALs. So now we really have to go in and put some troops on the ground in Somalia or whatever. But whatever they were doing, they was doing something in the middle of the night, and one of them fell off the ship or whatever, and then another one, I guess he was trying to save him. I'm gonna go into this because I think I have a clip on this. And they both are missing now. So if they're missing off the water in the middle of the night, it's a good chance that they didn't make it. But this wasn't as a result of military action from Somalia. But the headlines kind of make it seem like that's what it was. Like they're attacking our Navy SEALs now. That's not what happened with that. Let's go ahead and go into some clips. I'm gonna kind of be random because honestly, I just don't feel like jumping around. So I organized this a little bit, but okay, this is what I mentioned right here. It says White House being evacuated due to pro-Palestine protests.
Hands up, Yemen! 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 Hands up!
History Photograph posted this. It says thousands of protesters gathered in front of the White House to call for an end to the Israeli military action in Gaza, while children joined a pro-Palestinian march central London as part of a global day of action against the longest and deadliest war between Israel and Palestine in 75 years. People in the U.S. Capitol held aloft signs questioning President Joe Biden's viability as a presidential candidate because of his staunch support of Israel in the nearly 100-day war against Hamas. Some of the signs read, "No votes for Genocide Joe, Biden has blood on his hands, and let Gaza live." Vendors were also selling South African flags as protesters chanted slogans in support of the country whose accusations of genocide against Israel prompted the International Court of Justice in The Hague, Netherlands, to take up the case. And it doesn't even matter, I think, what comes out of that as far as, the International Court of Justice charging Israel with genocide. I think that it ain't even gonna matter what they're gonna say or what conclusions come out of it. As the results will be, Israel will continue to do whatever it wants to do or whatever, But it's interesting that South Africa is the one that's bringing this out, and it's like if anybody knows what apartheid is or genocide, what genocide looks like, South Africa, they still have the taste in their mouth from it. They're still dealing with the after effects and repercussions of this stuff. So they know what it looks like. They know what it smells like. They know what it sounds like in present times. Let's read some comments. It says, what happens when you get people uneducated about a conflict who don't have to face repercussions? Another one, it says, still supporting this violent movement? Open your eyes. Violent. What do you see that's violent about this? Another comment, it says, how scary, people that want the end of genocide. Another comment, it says, they all hate the U.S. but love to live here and refuse to go fight for Palestine. I don't know that these people actually hate the U.S. just by, wanting Israel to stop, bombing Gaza. Does that mean that these people hate the United States? Where do you get that conclusion? Another comment says, people without a purpose in life, social justice warriors. So because I think it would be the opposite, that they have a purpose in life. They're like standing for something. You're saying they don't have a purpose in life because they're out here protesting. Another comment says, what are these kinds of people doing in America? I really don't understand. Go back to their country. Okay, these are American citizens. Like, they don't have another country to go back to. These are not immigrants. Another comment says, Hamas who attacked first on music festivals, so everyone supporting Palestine are supporting Hamas. Another one that says, we stand with Israel against Islamic terrorism. I think some of these are bots. Another one says, hands off Yemen. Another one that says, hell yeah, free Palestine and hands off Yemen. Another one that says, I was there. Resistance is just for the occupied, free Palestine. Let's see. Do we want to read some more? A couple more. It says, good, the government needs to hear the people. It's not what the elite colonizers want. Another one, free Palestine. Thank you, South Africa. Thank you, Yemen. Another one, it says, enough is enough. No more killing innocent children's. I don't know. Sometimes it'd be the smallest things that bother me sometimes, like children's. Maybe it was a translation error. Okay, here's the Navy SEAL one.
Now an urgent search is underway for 2 missing U.S. Navy SEALs. Defense officials say the men disappeared during a boarding mission off the coast of Somalia. The region is now a hotbed of American naval activity. U.S. forces overnight again targeting Houthi rebel facilities in Yemen for the second straight night. The strikes are in response to the Houthis' targeting of commercial ships. ABC's Jay O'Brien from Washington tonight.
Tonight, an urgent search and rescue operation underway for 2 elite U.S. Navy SEALs missing after falling into the water during a nighttime boarding operation, according to 2 U.S. officials. It's unclear what prompted the SEALs to board the vessel, conducting the operation in pitch black on the open ocean on Thursday.
Doing boarding operations in the ocean at night are some of the most dangerous things that you can do. For seasoned operators, they'll tell you it's the most dangerous thing that we do.
The SEALs operating in the Gulf of Aden between Somalia and Yemen, now a hotspot for U.S. naval activity after at least 28 attacks in recent months on commercial ships in the region by Iran-backed Houthi militants. Overnight, the U.S. conducting another retaliatory strike against the militia group. And just this week, a massive U.S.-UK assault targeting the Houthis' operations. A barrage of 150 bombs and Tomahawk cruise missiles hitting at least 60 Houthi targets across more than 24 locations. Satellite images showing areas before and after the strike. Explosions seen destroying Houthi facilities in this video from British forces. The airstrikes in response to an escalating series of attacks on commercial ships by the militants, snarling a vital trade route home to roughly 15% of all global maritime trade. In this video, released by the Houthis late last year, you can see the group storming a commercial ship. Companies now forced to choose between sailing through the dangerous Red Sea or traveling an expensive extra 10 days around Africa. A standard 40-foot shipping container now costing $4,000 to ship from China to Northern Europe, compared to $1,500 in November. Meantime, thousands of protesters in Yemen condemning the U.S. airstrikes, and Houthi leaders promising the attacks on ships will continue in solidarity with Hamas in its war against Israel, as the 100-day mark of that conflict looms.
Jay O'Brien joining us now. And Jay, turning back to those 2 missing Navy SEALs, what more are we learning about what may have gone wrong?
With that former SEAL we spoke with tonight said that these kinds of boarding operations need to be perfectly choreographed and executed without a hitch. SEALs train for this kind of operation constantly, but they are inherently dangerous and they're made even more risky by high waves in that part of the world this time of year. We're also learning late tonight that one of those SEALs dove into the water to rescue the other. Both, of course, now missing. Whit.
All right, Jay, with those late developments tonight, thank you. Overseas.
Yeah, now missing probably means that they didn't make it, and they were probably doing some black ops stuff, because you can see that they're not telling us much information really. They're kind of leaving a lot of, what were they doing? What were they trying to do? What was the mission? What was going on? Why were they even there? They're not saying any of that. The way that they worded this, like saying the Houthis are in support of Hamas. I've seen a lot of clips and I haven't heard the Houthis say that at all. They are trying to look out for the Palestinian people. There's a separation there between Hamas and the Palestinian people. And the way that the media covers this, they always make it seem like, Hamas is the Palestinian people, like the way that they word things. But in common sense, that doesn't add up, really. What else? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, your Amazon packages might cost a little bit more. This might affect people directly. Because if it costs more for them to move these shipping containers through, then they're gonna pass that cost on to the consumers. A lot of this probably affect people in Europe more, but we live in a global economy, a global market now. So some of your stuff that you're buying may be coming from over there, and yeah. So if the price of some random goods, if you've noticed an increase in the price, then this is probably why. Let's read the caption. ABC World Tonight posted this. They said, an urgent search is underway in the Gulf of Aden between Somalia and Yemen for 2 elite U.S. Navy SEALs after they fell off a ship on a nighttime boarding mission. This and more details on the conflict between the U.S. and Yemen. So it's like they said they fell off a ship on a nighttime boarding mission. What ship were they boarding? And why? What were they trying to accomplish? What was going on there? Why do we have troops over there? Did they announce that we have troops? Did they announce that we have some kind of like live war or whatever? Did they get congressional approval or whatever for this? Lots and lots of questions there. Let me read some comments. It says they wouldn't lost them if they didn't attack Yemen. Why are you doing Israeli spilling? Another one that says they got kidnapped or did they drown? They didn't get kidnapped, because if they died, they would be saying that. They would be saying something like that. They're saying they got lost in the water, which probably means they didn't make it. You know what I mean? They can't find them. And that kind of thing really happens a lot. Like they were saying in the clip, like that's really dangerous thing that they do. They do a lot of training to deal with them kinds of things, but the ocean is the ocean. It's all powerful, you know. Accidents happen all the time, even with people who are extremely trained. And then it's at night, you can't see, you know. That's the issue. So like, boom, they fall in the rough waters, and then you can't see them. You don't know where they are, and they, you know, that's it. It's a wrap. Another comment that says, how they get lost when we're not at war with anyone. You know, yeah, it sounds like they were doing some kind of warlike activities, but no one said that we were at war. Whole new war. Another one that says, falling off a boat don't sound very elite to me. Where you don't understand how the ocean works, so your comment shows how ignorant you are. Another comment says, Biden, 3 wars, inflation, border invasion, what's next? Yeah, man, you can definitely add this to, you know, Biden's, um, you can definitely put that on his lap. Another comment says, commercial ships were attacked. They were blocked in protest of genocide in Gaza. If the U.S. cared more about Palestinian lives than shipping containers, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Another one says, there's something off here. 2 Navy SEALs don't simply fall off a boat and disappear. Yes, they do. It happens. As far as what were they doing is what is like the question. You disappear. It's nighttime. It's in the ocean, bro. Yes, they disappeared. They didn't really disappear. They freaking went out of sight. Probably fell underneath the waves. Got swallowed up by the ocean. Another one that says U.S.-backed Zionist militants committing indiscriminate slaughter of civilians in the open-air prison, also known as Gaza and the occupied West Bank. Another one. Also, people get their packages from Temu and Amazon faster. Eek, capitalism really is a disease. Well, they're not getting them faster now. They're getting slowed down, buddy. They got to travel all over the southern horn of Africa or face, you know, drones from the Houthi rebels. Let's see. I mentioned this a minute ago. It says Biden stresses U.S. does not support independence for Taiwan. We do not support independence, Biden told reporters when asked for comment on the Democratic Progressive Party candidate's victory. So, drawing party lines, world leaders congratulated Taiwan's ruling party candidate for a historic 3rd presidential term, even as President Biden warned the U.S. will not endorse independence for the island as tensions with China escalate. So, yeah, this is basically Biden saying we don't want problems with Taiwan, and it kind of double speak or whatever, like, because remember. Famously, Pelosi went to Taiwan. I don't know how long it's been now. Like, it's been over a year, maybe 2 years. And she took a trip to Taiwan, and they told her not. Like, China was like, "No, don't go over there." She went anyway. But see, that was related to the chips. They manufactured these chips over there, and United States wanted to have access to that technology or whatever. And so it made it look like the United States was supporting Taiwan in their like independence from China. But Biden is here saying, hey, no, we're not on that. We don't want no problems with y'all, China. We good. Comments. This is Pat right here. It says he has never supported independence for any country, not even U.S. Another comment says, because that's what China paid him for. I don't know. Those kind of comments are so silly. Another comment says, there's a reason he's called China Joe. Let's see. This doesn't you guys' comments doesn't even make sense in this context here. He's saying we don't support I guess. So it's like he's saying, we're back in China instead of Taiwan, is what they're saying. I guess that does make sense, but it's really saying I don't want problems with China. Like we don't want to, you guys talking like, you guys are so big and so bad. Like we don't want a full scale war with China. We don't want that, okay? We don't want that. Trust and believe, we don't want that. Just look at the numbers of people they have in China. Like they could just keep sending people. Like we would lose just off of that. We'd run out of people. Another comment that says, I'm a Republican and I'm voting for Joe Biden. Really? That's random. And that's this is Fox News who posted this. So this is a Fox News post. And then it says, I'm a Republican and I'm voting for Joe Biden. Like what? He was motivated to feel that way as a result of this Taiwan situation? Another comment says, because he's got his hands in China's pocket. His hands in China's pocket. Now that makes more sense than the people saying, he's in China's pocket. Like anyways, it's really all about economics. I mean, a lot of this stuff is always about economics, and the way wars are fought is different now. And a lot of the tensions that we do have with China is a result of economics. It has to do with these corporations competing, and a lot of it is in the tech sectors, and really a lot of that stuff, China has us beat hands down on that stuff. And that's the problem that the United States has. So what they do is they just keep China from competing with the US by not letting them sell their products over here in the States. But, BRICS is growing, and a lot of people around the world are coming out of poverty, and they have the opportunity to consume these products and services. So it's getting to the point, it's already there, where China doesn't really need the United States market, North American market. They got other markets that they can sell their stuff to. And that's what they're doing. And that's why they're spending so much money in Africa and other countries to help these people build their infrastructures and stuff so that they can sell their products to them. People look at it. Some people say, China's being all nice or whatever and trying to help out Africa or whatever. They're doing it for their own personal benefit. They're thinking long term. They're thinking about selling their products and services to these people. And, they want to, if they help them have airports and roads and stuff, that just helps them get their people and products and services in and out and around the country. And those people have money to spend to buy their stuff. One more comment. It says the most prominent free country in the world is telling another country they don't support independence. Tell me USA isn't bought by China. It's really funny too, right? It's really hypocrisy, right? United States is all about spreading democracy around the world, So then you would think that they would support Taiwan and their independence being the stance that the United States is supposed to be displaying to the world. But yeah, it's all about economics. It's all about money. And they don't care if Taiwan is independent or not, Well, they just care about how much money they can make as a result. They want to be able to take advantage of what Taiwan has to offer without having problems with China. And that's a really intricate, thin line to toe. Dangerous too. So yeah, we touched on this one. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I don't want to be talking to myself. So yeah, we touched on this. It says 3 migrants drowned near area where Texas soldiers have denied entry to federal border agents. It says a woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande on Friday while trying to enter the U.S. near a section of the southern border where Texas National Guard soldiers have prevented federal border patrol agents from processing and rescuing migrants. So when they say processing, that's also related to like deporting them. You know what I mean? The federal government is, by the Constitution, is who's supposed to be over, the process of giving asylum and so forth and so on. Dealing with the national borders. That's supposed to be ran by the federal government, not by a state. So let's read on. It says earlier this week, Texas National Guard soldiers abruptly seized control of a park in Eagle Pass that Border Patrol had been using to hold migrants, marking the latest escalation in an intensifying political and legal feud between Abbott and President Biden over U.S. border policy. And they're just making all of this political, and it's like Abbott is trying to make it look like Abbott's trying to make it look like he cares most about the border or whatever, and closing the border or whatever, but he's also keeping the federal government from doing that very same thing, making it more difficult for them to do their job. And it's not like the federal government is just bringing these people in or like saving them and like allowing them to come into the country or whatever. That is not what's really happening. So there's cases that happen where because Texas is behaving the way that they are, it's helping the chaos and allowing more of the migrants to get through. It's having the opposite effect of what their intentions are, because they want to win this political battle and look like, it's all about how it looks and how the media covers it and stuff like that. So it's election year, and a lot of this stuff is because of that. Like, they don't care even about actual migrants coming in or whatever. What they care about is what political points they can get. Another comment says, how can someone sit and watch a woman and child drown? Another one, are we supposed to feel sorry? The main point and mission to protect our own first. Another comment that says, why would women even put children in harm's? First of all, well, people are desperate. They make desperate decisions, and it says, the previous comment says, are we supposed to feel sorry? The main point and mission is to protect our own first. I agree we're supposed to protect our own first. I agree with America first. But, like allowing people to die or watching people die or helping them die, that's not what we should be doing either. That's not America first or whatever. That's something else. Another comment that says, I believe Jesus said to welcome all immigrants. Another comment that says, how very pro-life, Abbott. Another one says, it is horrible that these 3 lost their lives. The mother chose to bring her child on a dangerous journey. She chose to take her children to a river that has strong currents and intended to enter another country illegally. Choices have consequences. There are multiple ports of entry. She could have taken her children to one of those. Biden has made the border open at the ports of entry and even provided an app that usurps his actual authority, but these would allow access to the country and the illegals to be given resources that our own homeless military veterans and citizens don't have. Choices and actions have consequences. You already said that. Very sad. This parent made some deadly choices. Many other parents have given their kids into the hands of sex traffickers. Poor and destructive choices. All the rape trees along the journey, ways that many are willings make the choice to take. Who pays for these experiences that they didn't choose? The children. Very sad, tragic events. It's not the responsibility of others to have to shouldn't shoulder the consequences that others have willing and specifically chosen to do. Wrong choices sometimes have tragic and deadly outcomes. Wow, you said like the same thing like 3, 4, 5 times. It's kind of crazy when you're like your excuses for these attitudes is like, they're gonna sex traffic these people, or what did it say, hanging trees or whatever, raping trees or whatever. So you care about them being sex trafficked or you know sexually abused or whatever, but you don't care about them drowning in the river. Like, where is your logic there? I think we get so politically driven that our logic just gets lost. Like, these people are, getting taken advantage of um, uh, by the gangs or whatever. They're getting taken advantage of by the gangs. They're getting sex trafficked. They're getting sexually abused or whatever. So we're just gonna let them drown in the river. Couple more comments. It says any deaths that happen at the border are because of Biden's administration hands and not Texas. If the president was actually doing his job, all this illegal migration wouldn't be happening. Another one. Abbott, your hands are covered in blood of the foreigners that God told us to welcome as citizens in Leviticus. Another one, it says heartless and they call themselves pro-life. Let's move on because I have more on that topic, but I'm going to wait for it to pop up. I don't know why it does that. It says, welcome to Orania, population 1,700. Although it's internationally known as South Africa's whites-only town, residents claim the town is a cultural project, not a racial one. Only white people, specifically those who identify as Afrikaner, a group descended mainly from Western Europeans who settled on the southern tip of Africa during the middle of the 17th century, are allowed to live and work there to, as they say, preserve the culture. The town, littered with old apartheid flags and monuments to the architects of segregation, is owned by I can't say that. People who want to live in Orania buy shares in the company instead of buying the actual home they live in. The screenings of prospective shareholders allow for tight control. Buyers undergo extensive vetting, central to which is the fidelity to Afrikaans language and culture, a commitment to employing only white people, and belief in Christianity. Sources: The Guardian, CGTN Africa. Yeah, I think there's a clip in here. I don't want to play that music though. I didn't know they had places like this present day. So is this present day? It sounds like they're saying that this is now.
Say 10 years, 7 years roundabout, our population growth started snowballing. We had growth as fast as 10% annually for the past 7 years, of which the past 2-3 years were between 14 and almost 17% annual population growth.
We are from Africa. That's why we call ourselves Afrikaners.
The Whiteness Studies Reading List explores the historical development of white identity. Visit Every Day is Juneteenth on Instagram and click the link in the bio to see the list.
Yeah, I wonder how people feel about this. Like, You know, if it was the other way around, I think people would feel some kind of way. I think that if it's that, then people seem to be totally okay with it. You know, I thought we were past this kind of stuff. At least that's what they say. Comments, it says they can go back to the Netherlands. The man is talking about we call ourselves Afrikaners because we are from Africa. You speak Dutch, your ancestors are not from Africa. There are a lot of white Africans, you know, that were born there, and that's actually true. Um, for a few generations, like quite a few generations too. So, but you know, I mean, there's an argument with that, you know. But then too, you can say that everyone is not everyone, but a lot of people around the world, at some point, their ancestors came there from somewhere else. It says, comment says, wonder what their crime rate is in that town. Wow, that's like inadvertently racist right there. Another comment says, everyone wants to preserve their culture until white people do it. Just leave them be in their property. They can exclude whoever they want, just like how you exclude people from coming to your house. Yeah, but uh if there was a, you know, here in the United States, if there was like a black area that excluded whites, I think that there would be a huge uproar related to that. Another comment says, it is wild to have a white only town in Africa. Shaking my head. Another one that says, why the F are they still on the continent? You all haven't kicked them out yet. Let's see. Another comment that says, probably lowest crime and poverty rate in Africa. See, there goes another comment. As much as I hate this, we have bigger things to be concerned about, like what's shaping up to be World War III. You know, I think these kind of comments are the ones that, like, it's fair, but these are the kind of comments that like to belittle what it is. They actually condone this situation, and they're, you know, trying to say, you know, it's not important. Another comment says, it's not the only whites only town in South Africa. Whites only membership clubs. There are unofficial white only areas. Another one that says the entitlement is real. Another one, this is how it start over again, leaving one seed buried in the ground for hate to water. It's only 1700 now, but in 200 years, preservation can turn to expansion. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's how it goes. You know, the whole thing with apartheid, it started small too, and it just grew. Another comment says, actually, as much as I hate white supremacy and white nationalism and white entitlement, they bought the land. So as long as they're not harming our people, I don't care what they do. Now, if it's proven they stole the land and not purchased it, that's different. But from now, I don't care what they do. I don't really care either. I ain't gonna lie. But you know, I think that we have to acknowledge the fact that that's inherently racist. Look, another comment: safest town in Africa. Another comment says, the number of people here telling another group of people to go back where you came from is astonishing. They don't belong there because their ancestors are from somewhere else. Another one says, I can see nothing good coming of this. Yeah, I'm going to get off of this topic because I'm just going to make everybody upset with my comments related to it.
Behemoth that I saw at CES this year.
That one is talking about the water machine. I don't know if I really want to cover that.
I want state prisoners, okay? They are a necessary evil to keep the doors open, that we keep a few or keep some out there. And that's the ones that you can work. That's the ones that can pick up trash, the work release programs. But guess what? Those are the ones that they're releasing. In addition to the bad ones, and I call these bad, in addition to them, they're releasing some good ones that we use every day to wash cars, to change oil in our cars, to cook in the kitchen, to do all that where we save money. Well, they're going to let them out place out there. I don't want state prisons. Okay. They are a necessary evil to keep the doors open, that we keep a few or keep some out there. And that's the ones that you can work. That's the ones that can pick up trash, the work release programs. But guess what? Those are the ones that they're releasing. In addition to the bad ones, and I call these bad, in addition to them, they're releasing some good ones that we use every day to wash cars, to change oil in our cars, to cook in the kitchen, to do all that where we save money. Well, they're going to let them out place out there. I don't want.
You hear what this dude is saying? So, you know, the good prisoners he don't want them to be released because he need them to wash cars and stuff like that, to do work. It says Louisiana sheriff is angry prisoners are actually changing their lives and getting out of prison. It says a Louisiana sheriff went on an epic rant against the new criminal justice reforms, complaining that it will release many good behavior prisoners who are needed for everyday work in jail. Steve Prater, the sheriff of Caddo Parish in Louisiana, is upset with the new laws that will see many inmates convicted of nonviolent offenses released earlier than expected. Prater argued how keeping good prisoners in jail is fundamental for a smooth operating jail system. Oh my God. How can he comfortably say this out loud? Like, wow. What does he say behind closed doors if he's okay with doing a press conference like this one? Like, oh my God. Like, nonviolent offenders, people with good behavior, being released earlier than than expected. This guy has a real problem with that. He says it's fundamental for a smooth operating jail system. Oh my God. So he needs a bunch of people who probably shouldn't even be in jail to be there so that they can run the prison and do free labor for this guy. God. Y'all don't see a problem with this? Louisiana is something else. Comments, it says, we see what your true mission is, Sheriff. Another comment that says, OMG, no. Talk about selfish. Another comment that says, he sounds like a slave owner. Another comment that says, how do we start a petition to get this man removed? Another comment that says, slavery was 400 years ago. You're too sensitive. Me, here we have Exhibit A. Another comment that says, does he realize he's saying this out loud and in front of the media? He definitely vote for slavery if given the chance. Another comment that says, he's giving real slave master vibes and I don't like that. Another comment that says, he currently owns slaves. Another comment that says, all I had to read was a Louisiana sheriff and I knew where it was headed. Another one that says, he sounds like he calls black men boy. Another comment that says, prison reform be messing up his plantation fantasies. He wanted to make his ancestors proud. Another one, Trump got them all saying the quiet part out loud nowadays. I don't know if it's really Trump. I think these people were saying this before and after Trump. Another comment that says, free labor is slavery, sir. Another one that says, y'all keep thinking they different than their forefathers. Another one that says, how about hire them and pay them a working wage, then if they're good? No, that doesn't work for the bottom line. It's all about profit. What did he say? He don't like state prisons, but they're a necessary evil or something like that. Like, that's why we have the most people in prison than any other country. Like, nonviolent offenders. So these people, I don't know what they did. Some got caught with some drugs, some weed or something, like, shoplifted something out of the store, you know. These people aren't real criminals, And then when you put them in the system like that, you make them into more criminals. You harden them, When they feel like they're getting screwed over, like they feel like the system is messing over them, then they're gonna like try to get, lash out. Another comment says, "What's appalling are the black correctional officers standing behind him. I know everyone needs to make a living, but there's not enough money ever for me to be a part of this." The photo op is not by accident, I would say. Another comment says, "The brothers in the back, though." Another one that says, "He does know that it's not their job to be in jail. This just further proves they traded slavery for the jail system. Same thing, different name." They make so much money. They build prisons instead of schools. Prisons are profitable. And this is one of the reasons why they got all of these basically not really criminals, these people that should be in some kind of other kind of program other than being locked up, and they're using them for labor. Another comment says, "Gross, that's some slave owner mentality. Nothing new here. This is why there are so many black men in prison." He definitely talking about slaves. Like, I can't see how you can see these comments as good or justified, or this is the perversion of our system. This is what we have. This is what's going on. This is what it is. When people talk about abolishing prisons, people get all upset. Most of the people that are locked up are not real criminals. Just got caught up. Let's read this. It says, between October 2022 and September 2023, there were 3.1 million attempted crossings along the U.S. southern border. The immigration problem Congress faces is large and complex. This graph breaks it down. Okay, let's look at this graph. So up here at the top, it says entered undetected, 600K estimated. So yeah, I don't know how they could come up with this number right here. If they were entered undetected, how can they possibly have a number? It says 600K. Of course, it's an estimate, because how the hell is entered undetected? How the hell can they know what this number is? They don't know what this number is. It's okay. So it's attempted crossings at the U.S. southern border in 2023, 3.1 million. So out of that, it says 600K estimated undetected. And then it's got 2.5 million here, encounters by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. So a majority of them were encounters by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. So, and then it's up here at the top, expelled under Title 42, 565K. It says processed under Title 8, 1.9 million. Voluntary departure, 180K. Expedited removal, 185K. At the bottom, it says non-border cases, 160K. Non-border cases, I guess these are people who came through planes or something. So at the top, deportation order, expulsion, etc., 870K. New immigration court cases added this year, 1.5 million. Parole, 300K, other 65K. All of these go into ongoing proceedings or legal limbo. It's 1.8 million. So, and then it's got a little small number at the bottom, 2.7K relief granted. I wonder what that really means. So it says, we have an underfunded immigration apparatus that is swaddled in bureaucracy, complicated beyond imagination, bound by decades-old international agreements, paralyzed by divisive politics, and barely functional under the best of circumstances. So yeah, underfunded immigration apparatus, swaddled with bureaucracy. And this is what I'm saying all the time. Like, if we want to, one of the base factors that we want to focus on, if we really want to fix the problem and make things better, is the bureaucracy related to the process, right? And then you had all this money that Biden was sending to Texas specifically that they didn't want to accept. Abbott said, no, I don't want that money. So it says underfunded immigration apparatus, already underfunded. Biden starts to send the money. Abbott says, no, I don't want your money. So you want to fix the problem at the border, but you don't want to accept the money that Biden's sending you. You know, you want this complicated bureaucracy going on where these people are stuck in limbo and you don't have enough agents and you don't have enough processing centers, you know, to keep things the way that they are, not improving them, because you're just using this as a political pawn. If it got fixed, then what would you be complaining about now, then afterwards? I don't think they really want to fix it. It says the recent surge of migrants at our southern border, which reached a high in December, has at long last brought Democrats and Republicans closer to agreement on one thing: the need for immediate attention to our broken immigration system, writes Steve Ratner and Maureen White in a New York Times opinion report. In fiscal year 2023 alone, the United States had 2.5 million encounters along its 2,000-mile border with Mexico, according to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That is over 2.5 times the number just 4 years ago, overwhelming the ability of governmental bodies, Border Patrol, immigration courts, human services agencies to manage the flow, Stephen and Maureen add. So yeah, they need to accept that money. They need more border agents. They need more facilities to go through, you know, to process. And they also need to streamline the process and get this like years of processes of, trying to get asylum or whatever it is, So you end up detaining these people. And then we're just talking about the prison system just now, that, I don't know if you know, but we have a lot of people who cross the border illegally who are detained, in prison, and they're just sitting there, because the process isn't happening. So then they're just sitting there and, what is the point of that? We don't want them to come here, but then they come and then we hold them here, if the process was more streamlined, then you could go ahead and get them up out of here, people that don't have proper claims for asylum, then deport them. It's really simple. People that do, people that are trying to get like work visas or school visas or whatever it is, then you process that and get them to the point where they have a legal status, but you have to have a will, a political will to actually get that process, worked on and improved, instead of it being like 10 years down the line before it gets worked out. So then that way you can keep on saying you have all these illegals because you haven't gone through the process of working through them. And then it's like, again, the argument of we don't know who these people are. You have a bunch of money, you have a bunch of facilities, you have a bunch of agents to determine who the hell these people are and go through the process with this shit. I don't think they just want to complain. They don't really want to fix it. Because I don't see efforts going to fixing it. If you have a problem, you want to look at the root causes of the problem and start there. You can't just put band-aids on this thing. And that's what they're doing. It says in the past 10 years, Boeing paid out $65 billion in buybacks and dividends while simultaneously cutting corners on production. This mindset is all too common in corporate America. maximize profits and investor returns, no matter the cost to everyone else. So, you know that recently they had a window blowout on one of the airplanes, and that's what's kind of bringing this to focus, you know, in the media, because they had been cutting corners with their production and safety procedures and so forth and so on. Meanwhile, they were making lots and lots of money. You know, profits skyrocketed. The CEO's compensation skyrocketed. But the safety of these planes have suffered. The maintenance on these planes have suffered. And we had a crash. We had a couple of crashes, and a lot of people died. And it kind of got brushed under the rug. But now, when this thing with the window being blown out, now they're going back and looking at that stuff. So that's what's happening. Robert Wright posted this. He said, textbook corporate greed. Comment says, I don't understand how Americans are okay with paying taxes in a world where corporations are allowed to buy their own stock. I honestly don't get it. Another one says, the question is when all Americans fight back. Another one, it says, my husband just retired from Boeing. Everything changed when they moved to the headquarters from Seattle to Chicago and now DC, and the focus became profit, not quality and safety. Then the big brain drain occurred during 2018 when many experienced people retired and took buyouts because they ended the pensions. Now many of the new hires are fresh out of college. My husband was doing the work of 3 people in his group because they couldn't find anyone qualified enough to help him. And that's what they were saying too. Like a lot of the executives in Boeing were like engineer types, you know, people who understood related to stuff like structural integrity and, you know, but now the higher ups are not those kind of people, not engineer types. They're like hedge fund type people, you know, people that know money, you know, and so these people look at things in a totally different way, you know, and that's what the results are clear. You know, you end up with windows blowing out of airplanes. Another comment says, this unrestrained capitalist approach is extremely destructive. The people responsible for it are only focused on quarterly earnings with no concern for the future. Vampire economics in action. Another comment says, capitalism just doing its thing. It says, yep, capitalism doing its thing, make it cheap, have no rules when making it cheap, throw all those toxic chemicals in there, and make huge profit. In other words, cheat the customer. One more, it says, what if we froze the stock market for 5 years? No money in or out. Companies will be required to spend on employees and R&D. World would be a better place. That's never going to happen. One more, it says, that is the playbook for every public business. The stock price is the only thing that matters to them. And once they figured out that stock buyback scheme, everyone is doing it. Every major company is doing it. And it causes the CEOs to get huge incentive packages. It causes the investors to get larger returns. You know, so it's good for everyone that's involved, if you will. I mean, except for the consumers. And it's happening all across the board in all the industries. So our products and services are getting more and more shitty, if you will. And the companies are making more and more money. And the government is not holding these people accountable. No one's holding them accountable. They get to write the laws. You know, regulation is like the devil nowadays. It says the rise of forever renters. It says it's not that we can't afford to buy, it's that we don't want to. Alicia Couch says she and her husband Jared could comfortably afford a mortgage and down payment on a house in Downsville, Georgia. Instead, they're choosing to stay in a 4-bedroom townhome they rent for $2,085 a month. It says Americans who would traditionally be homeowners have become long-term renters, including some with no plans to ever buy a home. They're changing saving patterns and sparking new developments. Sustained high interest rates in the U.S. have made mortgages unpalatable to many. There has been a dearth of inventory of homes for sale, and there are more rentals available with luxuries that make life seem easy. About 64% of people in the U.S. are homeowners, compared with about 89% of people in China, 72% in Brazil, according to Euromonitor analysis. Real estate investor GID, which owns and manages about 50,000 apartment units across 30 markets in the U.S., says nearly a quarter of its residents earn $200,000. The number of renter households with income of more than $1 million reached a record high of 4,453 in 2022, according to the census data compiled by the IPUMS. That is more than 4 times as many as there were in 2017. With a combined household income of $122,000, Alicia Couch says she and her husband Jerry could comfortably afford a mortgage and down payment on a house. Instead, they're choosing to rent. They're using spare income they have saved for renting to spruce up their townhome and go on vacations. So they basically just want to live life, you know. The rest of it says rental subdivisions like the one the Cooch live in, known as build-to-rent communities, are designed to replicate the look of feel of white picket fence suburbia. The only difference, all the houses are rented, not owned. You know, but that rent you're spending is kind of like throwing money out the window, you know. That's how I feel. Like it could be going towards something instead of like nothing. I don't know if that's smart. Comment, it says, great, the American dream doesn't have to be owning a house. That's a false dream created by the National Association of Realtors so they can get the commissions. In many cities, it is far better financial decision to rent and invest the difference. People get extremely angry hearing this because in America, real estate is religion. But for the biggest purchase of your life, you must run the numbers. That's why I've rented for the last 15 plus years and made more money than I would have by owning. Yeah, well, what do you own though, you know? And these people can put you out. What about having a home for like your children so they wouldn't have to rent, so they can have something, you know? Building wealth. I guess your investing is how you're building your wealth, but you got simple wealth too, like not having to pay rent, you know, once the house is paid off, you don't have to pay rent anymore. You know, you just pay your taxes and your utilities, you know, and that's saving money, you know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it makes sense to a lot of people to not go through the stress of buying, you know, because you are kind of stuck. So then there's good and bad with everything. Because once you buy a home, then you kind of like you're stuck in one place, you know. Um, if you're renting, then you could just up and just go to another state or go somewhere else or whatever. You know, if you own the house, then you have to go through the process of selling it before you can move. I don't know. If you do keep a house, then like I say, I mean, it's even though you're stuck, you have something that you can pass on to your kids. You know, somewhere they can live and try to build their life without having to, because a lot of people, you know, especially poorer folks, they just put their kids out of the house at 18 years old, and it's really like setting them up for failure big time because now they got to pay all these bills, you know, they got to work, and they're you know, it's not a good situation. It's not allowing them to set themselves up for their future, you know. that if the kids can stay home without having to pay a bunch of bills, and then they can figure out what they want to do with their life, they can save up money and get ready to buy their own place or whatever. Comment says, so many people here don't do the math. I've been in real estate 25 years and I'm a landlord and I understand all the equity stuff probably better than most because it's my job, but you have to do the math. After taxes and insurance and upkeep, sometimes it's a better deal to rent, especially if you take the extra money and invest it elsewhere. To each their own. It says you will own nothing and be happy. It says maybe if your rent is 700, I can see not wanting to spend above that for some time. But if it's 2,085, just get a house at that point. Another comment says you're still buying a house for the landlord. Boom. Another comment says, I love how we're just gonna pretend the long-term rental trend is a choice. Yeah, it may not be a choice because that down payment is killer, and it's tough to get that credit score up too, you got to be perfect, no mistakes, no problems, nothing happens in your life. And, with healthcare costing as much as it does. So I think these things go along together, leaving us as living check to check and paying rent and not really having any other choice. So that's probably why they don't want to give us health care, because if we had health care, then that would open up people's pocketbooks to start buying stuff and owning things, building businesses. Comment says, because we don't want to buy a starter home built in the 60s for $400K. I'm telling you, we're getting ripped off. Another comment says, your 4-bedroom in Georgia is the cost of 1-bedroom in Phoenix, LOL. I don't know what your point with that is.
Imagine the end of the world and the end of capitalism. That, in a sentence, is capitalist realism. The Earth has existed for 4.5 billion years. Humans have been around for around 300,000 years. Capitalism, by contrast, has only existed for a few centuries, yet we think it's permanent. Why? Because capitalist realism insists there is no alternative.
There is no alternative.
There is no such thing as public money.
Capitalist realism tries to naturalize capitalism. So disagreeing with capitalism is akin to disagreeing with the laws of gravity.
Can we just also say we don't actually need gravity?
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
The idea of capitalist realism inspired the book of the same name written by Mark Fisher in 2009. In it, Fisher identifies how those who benefit from the status quo in politics, media, and business try and build consent for it. But how? Well, they can't justify capitalism on its own merits because increasingly it doesn't have many.
The UK is now in recession.
Nurses using food banks.
Stagnant wages, stagnant benefits.
The world's 10 wealthiest men doubled their fortunes.
I believe people die because they can't afford to heat their homes.
UK gas and electricity producers could be in line for £170 billion in excess profits.
So instead, they claim anything even slightly different would be incredibly dangerous, and they point to the past or imaginary dystopias. Sure, you might not be able to pay your rent, but hey, at least it's not the 14th century. And any proposal to solve a problem like the housing crisis, which isn't about making a profit, is automatically labeled utopian.
You really think that you're capable of making large-scale social transformations and getting it right, do you? What makes you think you're smart enough to pull off something like that?
And anything utopian is automatically dangerous. So trying to get rent caps or a living wage will automatically lead to famine and gulags.
It's too terrifying.
Now, this is obviously stupid, but it's the basis of much right-wing thinking, including Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk. The theory of capitalist realism identifies how we're made to think that capitalism is inevitable and that change is impossible. But things do change. I mean, we didn't have agriculture as we know it Until around 12,000 years ago, capitalism is a contingent social system, meaning it has both a beginning and an end. Addressing the problems of the 21st century requires recognizing that capitalism is not natural and that the future on offer, when nothing changes, is not inevitable. Without that recognition, problems like inequality, the housing crisis, and climate change won't be addressed, and things will just keep getting worse. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism.
It's like this predatory, fake free market capitalism system that we have is not the only way to do things, and there's other examples of doing things different ways that work, but that's the root of a lot of the stuff that happens related to wars and stuff, is because they don't want viable alternatives to be prevalent, because they want to make it look like the system that we have is the best and only system that works, where we're freaking buying out the banks, bailing out the banks, and we have these subsidies for these major corporations, and the individuals pay, the people at the bottom pay all of the taxes, the people at the top don't pay hardly any taxes, where you have all of this suffering and all of this stress where people have to work all the time, just to survive, like, all these consumer goods, planned obsolescence, like, it benefits a certain group of people, and they don't want to change their lifestyle. They don't want to give up their lifestyle of, everyone else working and they just benefiting from everyone else's labor, um, and that's just what it is. It's like we've been, it's like a religion now too, it's religious. Capitalism is religious. We believe in it, and it's our God. Like, they put it on the money, and God we trust. It's like, this is what we trust in, this is what we believe in, and we don't believe that there could be any other system, and whenever some other way of doing things rears its head, we bash it down, and it's because we've been programmed that way, because they don't want us to think any other way, that there could be an alternative to the systems that we live under. It says, hold on, let me see. It says Aaron Bestani on why Mark Fisher's capitalist realism is the most important the British left has produced this century. Comments, it says, capitalism has been a success for thousands of years. It's not suddenly going to abolish just because a few envious socialists say it will. Socialism and communism are the real failures. Just look at the USSR to Venezuela, been absolute failure leading to hyperinflation and record high unemployment. And this is what everybody believes, but you don't look at the full picture related to these things. And what really comes, like Venezuela as an example, what really leads to Venezuela being the way that it is today? Is it totally as a result of Venezuela's economic system? Or were there outside pressures that caused Venezuela to be in the position that Venezuela is in today? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. If you're just looking at it on the surface and repeating talking points that other people are saying, thinking that you know what you're talking about, then you don't know what you're talking about. Question everything, right? Look into it. Do a little bit of digging. See what you come up with. Another comment, it says, if capitalism is so great, why does it need to be bailed out by socialism every 10 years? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, and if we really did have a actual free market, then it would adjust itself, and it would be okay that these banks go out of business, And the banks that do their work well, they do a good job at what they do, then they become successful and they grow and they become the model for the way you should do things. If we constantly have to subsidize these companies, we constantly have to bail them out, we have a crash every 10 years or whatever, and then public money gets pumped into the system to save it. That is not a viable system that actually works. And really it's a combination of communism. It's the communism or socialism saves the capitalism and keeps it alive, and without that it wouldn't be able to. We would automatically go into another system because it will just naturally progress into it. But we're artificially holding up this system that doesn't work. Another comment that says, I also disagree with there is no other alternative, but where are those alternatives? They're there, very clear and prevalent. It's just that they get pushed down and called, crazy. They get it called, McCarthyism did its job, and made it seem like, these other systems are the devil, they're evil, you're not going to have any freedom, you're not going to own any property, you're going to be, everyone's going to be in bread lines and everyone's going to be poor or whatever. And it's just simply not true. It's absolutely not true. Another comment says, it's like a world that doesn't crawl by the sound of capitalist chains in a utopia. We're pathetic. It's like that utopia argument is what they say all the time. It's like, you're not going to be able to create a utopia. Or they say, one man's utopia is another man's dystopia, and all they do is make excuses or reasons to not try to do something different. Another comment that says, I like this and largely agree with it, though I have to disagree with the closing statement. Like it or not, capitalism is natural. Humans, like all other animals, are part of nature. Therefore, everything we do is natural by default. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you can't label it as unnatural. And that they apply to both sides of the political spectrum, both of which are as natural as each other. Now, natural capitalism is natural. Like the basic definition of capitalism is something that we're going to always have. It's never going to go away. It's just that I don't think people really understand like this particular form of capitalism that we have is not natural. It's getting upheld, artificially. People are going to buy and sell things. It's going to happen. You're going to border or whatever. It's going no matter what. The dollar can go away, and you're still going to have capitalism. It's still going to be there. It's just that it's a system that we have that upholds certain people and oppresses others. And it's a form of capitalism that's perverted. It's a exploitative system. Let's read this. It says, capitalism isn't inherently evil. It's just two things that are most profitable in this world appear to be petrochemicals and weapons, which go arm in arm. It's the people that exploit the system in the greatest effect that are evil. Hoarders of vast wealth not putting anything back into the system is the problem. Reaganomics and Thatcherite thinking were taking to the nth degree, yet very little of this capital actually ended up trickling down as intended. The sleaze that exists in politics is also to blame when the front rows of government and opposition benches are packed with millionaires and patsies of corporate donors. Nothing is going to change, and the public service meant to be provided by a democracy is non-existent. Corporate interests are looked after first and foremost because of the amount of money they invest in lobbying ministries. The UK has sleepwalked closer and closer to fascism for 15 years now, and with Sunak running with the ball passed to him from Johnson, we're now in a headlong nosedive there. You know, if we just let things happen the way that they would happen naturally, like people benefiting from those resources that they use, the people in certain areas or regions or whatever, the people should be the ones that own this stuff, and it's nothing wrong with groups of people owning the means of production. Why do we socialize costs and privatize profit time and time again? And like I say, it doesn't really work. It uses socialism, like the example of these drugs that they come out with, where they use 90% of the money for research and development come from tax dollars, but then once the product is developed, it's owned by a private company, and then they take all the profit and then sell, the product right back to the people that spent the money to get it developed. That's a ripoff. Like, what's so crazy about people actually getting to invest in, you know, like, let's say the drug as an example. The people, they use 95% of money from the people to do the research and development for the drug. Once the drug comes online, then the people can own that drug, and those profits from that drug can be distributed back to the people. Or the other way would be, at a very low cost, that drug will be available to the people, where it's just sold at cost because the people were the ones who spent the money to develop it. you know Anybody that makes an investment wants to get a return on their investments. What's wrong? Why? How come the taxpayers don't get a return on their investments? Like actual returns on their investments. Now, some of it, like related to education and infrastructure or whatever, it's not like we're going to get a tangible return on those investments, but we get to ride on the freeways. We get to go to schools, you know, and have our kids educated. That's a good thing, and that will be uplifting our community. A lot of countries have free school. You can go to the university for absolutely free in Cuba. There's other countries I can't think of offhand, and you don't even have to be from that country. You could just go over there right now and go to the university and go there at no cost. Another comment says, strange how the rich and entitled are the ones desiring the status quo, as they are incredibly bad at sharing with others. The pandemic showed us the worst of capitalism, where the rich benefited from it and the entitled in politics encouraged and helped the money to stay with the few as long as they got a cut. Yeah, the pandemic was like the greatest transfer of wealth in history. And it's crazy, and it's continuing on. The profits of these corporations have been through the roof the last few years, like through the roof, like never before seen types of profits. And then they saw how they could get away with this stuff, and then they doubled down. And then we're talking about inflation, and we're blaming inflation and interest rates as the reason why things cost so much. But we're not talking about corporate greed, and we're not talking about price gouging, where these companies are literally price fixing and literally price gouging people. They were saying they had trouble with the system of manufacturing. They had trouble with the transportation of goods. You know, the I'm trying to think of the right words. I'm getting tired, but it's like it cost them. Basically, what they were saying was it cost them more to produce these products and get them to the people, and that's the reason why they had to raise the prices. But and then after the pandemic ended and all those restrictions weren't there anymore, they still kept those prices, and in some cases raised them even more. And then you look at their profit margin, it increased. So if it cost them more to manufacture and transport these products, then why did their profits go up? The math is not mathing. If it costs them more and they have to pass on that cost onto the consumers, their profits shouldn't have went up. That's simple. I'm not a mathematician, but I can do simple math, and simple math tells me that that's not adding up. They're making more money because they're charging you more, and it's costing them the same or less to produce and transport these products. And then there's no outrage. Meanwhile, we're struggling to get by. People are complaining about their grocery bills. The news came out about the eggs. Remember, the internet went crazy and they were making jokes about like, oh, I'm rich because I got a dozen of eggs or whatever, because the eggs were costing so much. Come to find out, those companies were price gouging. It came out. They're getting sued. They're in trouble for this now. So, and it has real life consequences. A lot of us are living check to check. The a small increase in the cost of food makes it harder for us to make ends meet. So we have to find cuts somewhere else. And a lot of us are already just like our bills. How much it costs for food. The gas, the commute. It's just evening out with the amount that we're getting paid every month. And so then they take advantage of our weak position, and there's nothing we can do about it but just pay. And then now you see an increase in homelessness. You see an increase in mental health issues. You see an increase in drug abuse and overdoses and suicides. And they don't care because they're laughing. They're leaving out the back door with the bag. They don't care about us struggling, us dying, us committing suicide. They're like, get a better job. They're like, get some better skills. And that may be the answer for some of us. Now, a lot of us are going to fall through the cracks. Just having the time to develop your skills and learn something new or change jobs is scary. Like for me, I want to change jobs right now. I'm gonna try. I go to school. I'm a university student, by the way, y'all. I'm about to graduate. I'm really close to graduating, but I got to pay out of pocket for these classes, and that is a real struggle with me paying for my bills. But what I'm saying is like changing a job is really scary because I can't go 2 weeks a week without getting paid or not knowing how much I'm gonna get paid, or I have to do training and then the money's not gonna be where it should be. It's a huge risk. I could end up losing my apartment as a result of trying to improve my life. So, but then a lot of us are in that position. We have to take risks to move forward in life, and that's true. But these risks are scary and they have real repercussions. I don't have any help. I don't have anybody to run to. If I fall flat on my face, I'm bringing my kids with me, and we're all freaking gonna be in the dirt. That's a scary ass thought for me. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, for me, it is easy to think that all the income of any company should be shared equally to the workers, and it shouldn't automatically go to the owners. In the future, many may think Why did we give all the money to the owners for centuries? This kind of ownership we have know as a common normal can soon be replaced partly by artificial intelligence and partly by democratic board of workers. Yeah, what's wrong with worker co-ops? You know, what's wrong with the workers owning the company? And the profits are broken up between the people who work there. You know, they're the ones who really generate the wealth. You know, um, what did it say? In the future we may think, and then AI is a real thing, man. And how come we can't think of AI as a way for us to live better, and not we're thinking about all of us going to lose our jobs? We're thinking that we're all going to lose our jobs and we're all going to be struggling because of the capitalist system that we live in. Tells us that if we're not working 40, 80, 60, 120 hours a week, then we're a bum and we're going to be homeless and living on the street. You know, how come we can't look at it in another way and say that AI works for us and we just have more leisure time? We have more time to be creative, you know, more time to travel, more time to spend with our families and still be okay. But then they're going to be like, no, that's communism. You commie, get a job, you commie. Work harder. Another comment, it says, there will never be peace on earth until capitalism is gone from it. We need to democratize the economy and democratize politics so that we can manage and govern ourselves without oligarchs and political representatives constantly screwing us over to benefit themselves. And I agree with this comment, except for it saying capitalism is gone from it, because it's never going to be gone. It's just this particular system, this particular way of capitalism has to go. You know, serving the few and exploiting the many is the system, and that has to change. You know, another comment says, if you've benefited from the status quo, you have no motivation to change it. And boom, that's what it is right there. So, you know, and then all of us think that we're going to win the lottery and one day we're going to be one of the oligarchs. So that's why we're okay with the tax cheats and the loopholes and the ones who don't do any work and benefit off the work of others, because we all think that one day maybe we could be that guy that's exploiting everybody else. So we're okay with the system continuing the way it is because everyone says, just be like them, just do what they do. You know, but the reality is the majority of us will never be that. We will never get there. Ever, ever, ever. We'll just be grinding and struggling and striving to get there our whole life, and then we're going to die. And then our kids are going to do the same thing. You know, maybe 1 out of a million of us actually make it to become one of them. The rest of us just hope and a prayer and a wish and a dream, and we just work, 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 and then die. Never actually living. And that's the real thing. That's the real tragedy in this system is so many of us. I saw a story. It showed where this lady, she passed away. She died, and she was an older lady, and she had all of this vacation time that she never took. She had a huge 401k, lots of money in the 401k. You know, um, you know, traveling plans that she had put off time and time again. So she never got to take advantage of that 401k. She'll never get to spend a penny of it. She'll never get to spend those vacation days That shit is gone. You know, the real tragedy of our system is that it most of us end up just grinding. We work weekends, nights, holidays, and it's all for the future to try to get to the point where we want to get to or whatever. But we never make it there. You know, it's like we take jobs that we hate so that we can pay the bills. We want to be creative. We want to make music, or we want to make art, or we want to explore, or we want to travel, we want to draw or whatever, and paint or whatever it is, you know, be like an engineer and like make stuff. Like we have all this stuff that we really want to do, but we put that to the side so that we can just work a job so that we can pay our bills. So, and then when you go to school, they tell you to go into the math and sciences or whatever, because that's where you're gonna make money or whatever. People work in insurance or whatever. Be a hedge fund manager or whatever. Do like bookkeeping or whatever. You know, I don't know, cybersecurity or something like. And you sit there on your computer for hours doing some mundane labor that you hate, and it drains your energy, and you really don't want to do it. You're doing it because you have to pay bills, and then the system is, our society is telling you that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to do what makes you happy. You're supposed to do what pays the bills. When you go to school, you're supposed to choose a career, choose stuff to study that's going to make you money. you know you can't just go to school and learn the stuff that you want to learn or study the stuff that you want to study. If that stuff is not going to make you any money, then what's the point in it? And it's like, the point is having a fulfilling life, to pursue happiness, to gain some kind of satisfaction, to do what you love and to love what you do, you know even if that doesn't make you a whole bunch of money, if it makes you enough money to be able to live, I think a lot of people would rather do that, you know but we're programmed to hoard money and to compete with others as far as how much money we're making, what is the square footage of our home, what year is our car. We have the latest phone or the latest computer or whatever, the latest game console or whatever. We have the brand names that we want to wear. My brands are more expensive than yours. I get to wear Mui Mui or Louis Vuitton or Prada, whatever it is, and I'm better than you. I'm holier than thou, you know, and that's where all my satisfaction comes from, is by being able to look down on somebody else and say that I'm better than somebody else. I saw this story where it said these people, they did a poll and they asked these people, are you willing to make, are you willing to be the boss and make less than everybody else in the office, or make more than everybody else in the office, but be underneath the other people in the office or whatever? And then it's like a lot of people chose to make less just so they can be in charge or whatever, just so they can be the boss or whatever. I'm probably saying this wrong. I'm definitely saying it wrong, but it's like people choose. A lot of people choose to, if as long as other people are making less than them. Okay, that's what it was. You could work at another company and make, like, let's say you're making $250,000 at another company, but the other people at the job make $300,000 or $400,000. Or you can work at another company and make damn it, I can't think of it. You make more money, but the people around you are making more than you, or you want to make less money and the people around you are making less than you. That's what it was. That's how it goes. And people would rather take that lesser amount of money just to know that everybody else in the office is making less than them. If that makes any sense. I'm sure I'm confusing the shit out of y'all, but it's like it's like as long as I'm doing better than the people around me, my peers or whatever, then I'm happy. You know, instead of making a whole bunch of money and people around you are making more than you, then you're not happy. And that's crazy. That's brainwashed. We're brainwashed as shit, programmed as shit. Let's move on. I stayed on that way too long. Let's read this. It says, the state of democracy in Israel today, history teacher Amir Barichin wrote in Facebook post, mourning dead Gaza civilians, calling for war's end. He was fired from his job. Then police ransacked his home, detained him, and threw him in solitary confinement. So this guy, he was a teacher in Israel, and he made a Facebook post mourning dead Gaza civilians, calling for war's end. After making that post, he got fired. Cops ransacked his home and detained him and threw him in solitary confinement. So how dare you mourn the dead civilians and call for the war to end if you're an Israeli? You're a self-hating Jew. A couple comments. It says, American U.S. This could happen to all of us soon. Anti-BDS laws, police arrests of peaceful protesters is already happening. Slow and steady erosion of our civil rights and the militarization of police. Yeah, I think we already live in a police state. Another comment says, no matter how many times I read or see someone lose their job and or be punished for wanting the war to end and the killing of children to stop, I am astounded each and every time. I will never get used to it. Are people really just going about their days like it's normal to punish those that want killing to stop? You know, and I think choosing that middle ground is sometimes you have to choose a side. You have to choose a side. You're in the middle ground and you are really choosing the side of the oppressor. You know, I talked about the lady, the Harvard lady, for a long time in the last show. How she lost her job, and it's like they're like, you're not defending the Israeli people of your school, so that makes you anti-Semitic or whatever. And it's like, so what about the Islamic people of Harvard? You know, if I'm defending them, what, you know, if I'm not defending them, will I lose my job? You know, the people in the university are not Hamas, or they're not Israeli defense people. You know, they are just who they are, and they just go to the university. So why is this conflict that's happening on the other side of the world is, you know, leading us to, you know, behave this way, cause people to lose their jobs? And anyways, I covered this. Two Navy sailors missing near Somalia were on nighttime boarding mission, U.S. officials. Yeah, I covered this. Let's move on.
Stunning and disturbing new audio of Trump associate Roger Stone discussing the assassination of Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell and Jerry Nadler with an NYPD cop.
Peace there, go find Swalwell and get this over with. It's time to do it. Then we'll see how brave the rest of them are. You can follow if Swalwell or Nadler has to die before the election. They need to get the message. Yeah, just not putting up with this.
Before they published the audio, that it was, quote, total nonsense. I've never said anything of the kind. More AI manipulation. Back with me are Cornell Belcher, Kimberly Atkins Storr, and George Conway. I mean, I throw it out to the group. We are at the political assassinations phase of this hideous video game that we're trapped in, apparently. And I can't believe that I've now talked about political assassination twice in one bloody week.
Well, that is part of the case that needs to be made about Donald Trump is we say, okay, well, democracy held during the first Trump administration. It was in part because there were at least some guardrails in place. Like there were lines that even Bill Barr wouldn't cross, right? Well, now he is totally surrounded by people like Roger Stone, people who will not be a guardrail, people like his attorneys. And that is what is so incredibly dangerous about this. Another term is not just him hypothesizing about shooting someone on Fifth Avenue. That was sort of like, everyone's like, oh, he's joking. No, another term is him full of grievance. He said what he wants to do. He wants to purge the federal government of anybody except those who are loyal to him. He wants to weaponize the DOJ. We know what he wants to do because whatever he accuses Joe Biden of doing is what he actually wants to do.
Released stunning and disturbing new audio of Trump associate Roger Stone.
Yeah, I don't like the talk of it's going to be the end of the world if Trump is getting elected. And I don't like how the Democrats don't give you anything to actually vote for and just telling you stuff, giving you someone to vote against or whatever. I don't really like that. And it's like, I also don't like how, the other side can't say that the Biden has done anything good. I got the IRS deal where, the funding that they put into the IRS has led to collecting more taxes from millionaires that they wouldn't have had access to if they didn't have that funding. They sent money to my university and allowed them to pay for my class this past semester. And I was just randomly selected for this gift. And it was as a result of some stuff that Biden had done. Biden was trying to send the money to the border, like same thing with Trump. I can say good things that Trump did. He got us out of Afghanistan. We'd probably still be in Afghanistan right now if it wasn't for Trump. Trump tried to talk to Kim Jong-un and be diplomatic with, countries that, we didn't have good relations with, and was leading us down the road of having better relations with these countries. Trump was talking about having, the America First stuff, where it's like sending all this money to these other countries like Ukraine and Israel and NATO. He was talking about how basically we're just funding NATO and we don't really benefit from that. And I completely agree with him. And those were good things. And it's crazy how partisan our politics is, where, depending on which side you're on, you can't say one side did something good or not or whatever, And, if Trump is elected, it's going to be the end of the world is what they're saying. And, that's bullshit. The world's going to continue. It's going to go on. And, I'm not a Trump fan, you guys. I think we got stir fried shit or baked shit to choose from. And I won't vote for either one of them. I won't. I'm not going to. If my choice is Trump or Biden, then I'm just going to opt out. Yeah, but but at the same time, this rhetoric of wanting to hurt elected officials because of your political views, that's some craziness, and that's a crazy road that we're going down. And it's not good. We're in for a really crazy ride for this election year, and hopefully the United States makes it out of this intact. Because honestly, it could not be. what was I gonna say related to this post right here? Let's read it. It says FBI released recording Trump staff caught on tape planning kill 2 Democratic congressmen. Roger Stone says FBI and NYPD lying received Trump pardon. You know what? Oh, that's what I was gonna say is that even though I don't like Trump, for one, I think he's gonna win. That's the way things are going. But I also think that as crazy as it is, has upside down and sideways, backwards world that we live in, I think there's a good chance we will have good repercussions of it. And not necessarily because of what Trump is going to do when he gets in there. I think that, people are going to realize that they have to uh, take accountability for their life and stand up and actually do things to make a difference in the world. They can't wait for these politicians, whether it be Trump or Biden, to help their community, to make things better. The way politics is going, we've had the most unproductive congressional session this last time ever historically. They've passed the fewest bills ever. All this partisan politics and trying to impeach and Hunter Biden's laptop and all of this stuff is, the debt ceiling, all of this bickering is leading to nothing getting done, and it's arrested development. Meanwhile, the American people are continuing to suffer. We need things to change. We need improvements in our lives. We need better policies for us to move forward. We do have a crisis at the border. We do have um, uh, price gouging by the corporations. We do have train derailments like crazy. These need regulations and stuff like that. You know, but like I say, I think that the American people will have to wake up and realize that no one's coming to save them. It's not going to happen. Jesus isn't coming to save them. Biden's not coming to save them, and Trump is not coming to save them either. So we have to look around our community and see what we can do. Every little bit helps, and us coming together as a community to help each other is where we need to be and what we need to do. Build our own infrastructures, build our own systems to take care of our neighborhood. And if every neighborhood does that, then it won't matter what bickering is going on Capitol Hill. Will be okay for the most part. Now, as far as like the way things happen federally, at some point, the politics needs to get in order, so that we can, our tax dollars can be spent on helping American lives and improving American lives, instead of on the military industrial complex or the pharmaceutical industry or whatever. But we have to start somewhere. And once we realize that the voting is a pacifier and that we got to save ourselves, then that's where we have to start. And I think that Trump being elected will go a long way for people to do that. Because see, like when we talk about the damage that Biden did, and people probably won't really know where I'm going with this, but killing the left is, destroying the left, pacifying the shit out of people. People just sit back and like, oh, he got us, he's gonna take care of us. He spoke really well, really great speeches, and it just seemed like, finally we got some common sense, in the White House, and maybe we've moved past this racialized country, and like we're post racism and we're post colonialism, and we're moving into the age of common sense, and things are probably finally going to start getting better. But that is not what happened, and the worst part is people stopped fighting. People went home and they were just like unplugged and started scrolling on TikTok. That was the worst thing that happened, and that of as a result of Obama's presidency. So both sides are getting ignited now. But see, the only way that things can improve is that we come together, the left and the right, the Democrats and the Republicans, the conservatives and the liberals. The majority of us agree on the major issues. We do. But the media tends to get us to look at those few issues that we disagree on and have us at each other's throats and afraid of our neighbor and thinking that they're about to rob and kill and sexually assault us. And again, we're in arrested development. And so, and then we got these opinion talking heads, partisan, on each news show, and it's this echo chamber where they're just telling you what you want to hear depending on which side you're on. And this is the state of affairs. But we do agree on the major issues on both sides, and we have to come together on those issues. Let's put those ones that we disagree on to the side for now. You know what I mean? Let's deal with those later, and let's look at the major issues that we do agree on and make some progress in those areas. And I think that, like I said, if Biden gets in there, it's gonna be kind of like the Obama situation where, especially the left, which I don't believe we even really have a really true left in this country. We got like a center and then we got a right. I think that's all we really have. But that center left of the United States is gonna go home and sit on their couch and start streaming their favorite TV show if Biden wins again. And if Trump gets in there, those same people are not. I think that those same people are gonna roll up their sleeves and get out in the community and try to make a difference. So that's what I think, why I think Trump winning would actually be better for the country. If they end up taking him off the ballot and that stands, and then and Biden wins as a result, the powder keg that we have in the United States is going to be ignited as a result of that. People are going to feel like that's not democracy. They're going to feel like the people's word or choice or is not being upheld, and that their choice was taken away from them, and they're going to go crazy. And then that particular segment of our society, are already super frustrated and angry, and waiting for, a reason to wow the hell out. And they're already doing it, but there's going to be massive numbers of people wilding the hell out, and it's going to be super ugly. So that's why I think that the Supreme Court is going to be meeting next month, month after next, and they're going to hear that, and they're going to have to make a decision on that, even though the election's already started and some of the caucuses will be already happened by then. But they're going to have to make a decision on nationally related to states being able to take Trump off the ballot. And I'm thinking that they're going to make it so where Trump would have to be on the ballot. And I think that that will be a good decision, because regardless of what, if he incited an insurrection or not, I think that taking him off the ballot would be a terrible decision, and the results would be horrible for our country. Let me read this. It says, "This is repellent, but also unreasoning. This is what the America right is." Trump attorney argues a president should be able to use the military to assassinate a political opponent. The governor of Texas laments not being allo to get away with having his troops shoot migrants on sight. I guess it's saying allowed. And the former president's friend allegedly chats openly with an ex-cop about murdering members of Congress. Is this okay with you? No, it's not okay with me, and it shouldn't be okay with you no matter which side that you're on. You cannot like some Democrats or you could not like some Republicans or whatever, but you don't want them to be murdered. Okay, you don't want that. Like even if that did happen, they would just be replaced by some other freaking empty suit, some other schmuck that's just gonna do the exact same thing, so nothing would be accomplished. You don't want us to. We want to live in a system of laws. We want to have a fairly peaceful country. We don't want to live in the wild, wild west, where uh, political people are getting assassinated left and right. Want to turn us into Haiti. We don't want that. We don't want warlords running the show, and we're living in a mass Mad Max dystopian, world. But at some point, we're spread thin and we're all over the world in Middle East and Africa, Venezuela, all over the place doing this, that, and the other. I think that we need to come back home, focus on what's going on here. Or otherwise, this whole thing that we got going on is going to completely fall apart. Focus needs to be America first. Comment, it says, anybody else tired of this evidence and reports of wrongdoing with no consequences? And no one should be above the law, whether they're the president or not. No one should be above the law. Everyone should be held accountable for their actions equally under the law. Just like with the police doing police killings and so forth and so on, they are the police, but if they break the law, they should be held accountable just like anyone else. They use excessive force, then they should be held accountable for that. If people feel like, the law isn't fairly used, then they're not going to respect the law. And then we're going to have all these vigilantes. And that's what's happening. People that are taking the law into their own hand because they feel like the law isn't upholding it equally. It's not, holding people equally accountable. So they're going to feel like they need to do it themselves. We don't trust our system to do the job in the right way. Then but we need to get back. We need to get to the point where people have faith in institutions, where they have faith in the political process, where they have faith in the criminal prosecution process or whatever. Faith in our judges and our courts, because that's eroding severely. A couple more comments. It says, but these guys get to run around free. Another one that says, MAGA is terrorism, period. Changed my mind. Another one that says, so we have all this evidence and yet these people are still walking free. Make it make sense. It says, the big question is, what will the FBI do about it? If they don't put those responsible for saying these things in jail, then it means nothing. Another one that says, so I ask, why hasn't the FBI not already arrested Stone if they had this for the past 3 years? Yeah, what would be his charge, though? Another one that says, remember this in November, don't let America burn because you don't like Biden's foreign policy. It says, why is Roger not in jail for this? If you plan a murder, that is a crime. Just talking about a murder and planning a murder is two different things. It says, either way, we still aren't voting for Biden, so they better figure something out. I'm telling you, they need to figure something out. Put somebody else up there. Make it so where the third parties are actually viable. Right now they aren't. Let's lighten up a little bit. Let's do this one.
Drake hip hop?
Why are you doing this to me?
Drake is pop to me, in the sense like if I was in Target in Houston and I heard a Drake song, it feels like a lot of his music is compatible with shopping.
Commercial music.
Or it's
Commercial music, yeah.
shopping with an edge in certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Of course, I mean, I
it's
get
commercial, entertaining, fun,
It's-
good,
it's-
formulaic music.
It's likable.
Likable music, yeah.
It's likable.
But is it? I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna move on.
So many products.
So many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising. So
I
many
love
barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything. Everything's here. They have everything here. Oh, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. Okay. What happens when this thing collapses? What happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Are we seeing like the collapse of the empire? Buying and selling, where's the message that I can use?
Right.
What's in it for your audience apart from like banging the pom-poms?
So he was talking about Drake's music, but I think this is bigger than that. The Clockwork Orange, I think about that, and they were talking about how the deterioration of a society is reflected in its art. And Drake is I think he's the top selling artist. He's definitely one of the top selling artists in the world. And his stuff is so, what's the word? I mean, I guess you could call it commercial. It doesn't have any depth. Let's say that. Let's try to be nice. It doesn't have much depth to it, and it's not saying anything, and and this is what people are drawn to in our society right now. Shallow things that are that don't have much meaning. Like, it gets old really fast too. Like, this stuff doesn't have any real staying power. It's like trendy, it's popular for now, and it gets old really fast. Like, you like it right now because everyone else is liking it or whatever. Like he said, it's good for shopping. Like, like while you're shopping, you're listening to this music. Like, I think that the state of our art is a reflection of where we are in society. And, it's not just music, it's in the other segments. Like, the movies are terrible. It seems like they're coming around a little bit with the movies. They're afraid of failing because it's all about the box office, or it's all about the money, right? How much they invest in the film and how much profit they can make out of it. And if they do something risky, then they end up spending a bunch of money and not getting it back. And that's what they are afraid of happening. And it's the same thing with Drake. And it's like, they know this is going to work. It's like, is it good? That's kind of beside the point. It's going to work. Like, a lot of the movies they use like nostalgia, like Mario Brothers, or like the Barbie movie. Like, it's stuff that you grew up with, and they know that people have a nostalgic attachment to this stuff. So therefore they know it's going to work because they know a good amount of people are going to, they're going to check it out just because it brings them back to their childhood or whatever. But does it have any real depth? Does it have any meaning? Is it really saying anything? A lot of the movies are, they're afraid to say anything. They're afraid to get outside of the, what's going to make money, And I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably losing y'all. Let me move on. Let's move on. So, South Africa has formally accused Israel of committing genocide in Gaza. Here's what we know about the landmark case so far. On January 11th, South Africa began its official arguments to the International Court of Justice, claiming that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Yesterday marked the first day of the two-day hearing in which South Africa presents its case to the ICJ, the UN's highest court. Here were some of their main arguments. And what's really interesting about this is the media is barely covering this. They are covering Israel's reactions to this, but they're not really covering this, And it's like the media is very afraid to say, that Israel is committing genocide or whatever. Like those words are not supposed to be spoken. It's like, like it's preposterous to even think that or whatever. But again, like I said earlier in the show, if any country knows what apartheid is, if any country knows what genocide is, Gaza still has the smell of it in its nose. It's still living the repercussions of this. Is recent history. This is not like this is only like 30 years ago, like less than that. Like this is not old for them. It says Israel has committed the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza. More than 23,000 people have been killed in Israel strikes in Gaza since October 7th, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. At least 70% are believed to be women and children. Let me see. Let's hear this.
As the UN Secretary General explained 5 weeks ago, the level of Israel's killing is so extensive that nowhere is safe in Gaza. As I stand before you today, 23,210 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces during the sustained attacks over the last 3 months. At least 70% of whom are believed to be women and children. Some 7,000 Palestinians are still missing, presumed dead under the rubble. The second genocidal act identified in South Africa's application is Israel's infliction of serious bodily or mental harm to Palestinians in Gaza in violation of Article 2B of the Genocide Convention. Israel's attacks have left close to 60,000 Palestinians wounded and maimed. Again, the majority of them women and children. This in circumstances where the healthcare system has all but collapsed. I'll return to this later in my speech. Large numbers of Palestinian civilians, including children, are arrested, blindfolded, forced to undress, and loaded onto trucks, taken to unknown locations. Turning to the third genocidal act under Article 2C. Israel has deliberately imposed conditions on Gaza that cannot sustain life and are calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Israel achieves this in at least 4 ways. First, by displacement. Israel has forced the displacement of about 85% of Palestinians in Gaza. There is nowhere safe for them to flee to. Those who cannot leave or refuse to be displaced have either been killed or at extreme risk of being killed in their homes. Many Palestinians have been displaced multiple times as families are forced to move repeatedly in search of safety. Turning to the third genocide, together with the forced displacement, Israel's conduct has been deliberately calculated to cause widespread hunger, dehydration, and starvation. Israel's campaign has pushed Gazans to the brink of famine. An unprecedented 93% of the population in Gaza is facing crisis levels of hunger. Of all the people in the world currently suffering catastrophic hunger, more than 80% are in Gaza. The situation is such that the experts are now predicting that more Palestinians in Gaza may die from starvation and disease than airstrikes. And yet Israel continues to impede the effective delivery of humanitarian assistance to Palestinians, together with the forced displacement. The fourth genocidal act under Article 2B is Israel's military assault on Gaza's healthcare system, which renders life unsustainable. Even by 7 December, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to health noted that the healthcare infrastructure in the Gaza Strip has been completely obliterated. Those wounded by Israel in Gaza are being deprived of life-saving medical care. Gaza's healthcare system, already crippled by years of blockade and prior attacks by Israel, is unable to cope with the sheer scale of the injuries.
Each day, yet more desperate people will be forced to relocate from where they are sheltering, or will be bombed in places where they have been told to evacuate to. Entire multi-generational families will be obliterated, and yet more Palestinian children will become WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, the terrible new acronym born out of Israel's genocidal assault on the Palestinian population in Gaza. There is an urgent need for provisional measures to prevent imminent, irreparable prejudice to the rights in issue in this case. There could not be a clearer or more compelling case. In the words of the Commissioner General of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, there must be an end to the decimation of Gaza and of its people.
You know, it's like, even if I don't see how Israel can win this, you know, because at this point, you know, if those people weren't terrorists before, you wouldn't be surprised if they were now. You know, there was a shootout that happened in Afghanistan with private contractors, and they had a shootout, and it was a lot of civilians that ended up getting hit in the crossfire. And there was a big hoorah about that. I want to say they even made a movie about it. It was a big deal. I said that to say that I don't even think that the United States would be able to escape scrutiny for behaving the same way that Israel has been behaving related to Gaza, especially after, you know, October 7th, you know, and Afghanistan, when they were fighting the Taliban, if the United States had came in and was just indiscriminately bombing everything, and hospitals and ambulances and schools and apartment buildings, you know, just leveling Afghanistan, you know, same thing in Iraq when they took out Saddam Hussein. And, you know, these things were terrible. And you had the shock and awe tactic that they did there, and it sounds kind of similar to this, but the extent was not like this, and then you've got the Israel talking to African countries to find someone who's cool with taking like huge amounts of uh, Palestinian refugees, because the Gaza Strip is like uninhabitable at this point. So where would these people live? If the war was to end today, um, and it seems like their whole point was that, we had the settler colonialism thing going on, and illegal settlements, so forth and so on, and it would be a lot easier to build settlements if the people that you didn't want, that was there, that had rightful claims to the land, weren't there anymore. So, it seems like that's what their goal is. But like I say, I don't know how they're going to win this, because those children, the ones who don't die, see this happen, and then they're going to grow up. And if they wasn't Hamas, the babies aren't Hamas, okay? But they could be future Hamas. And would you blame them? It says, today Israel responded to South Africa's accusations of genocide. It argued that South Africa's allegations are grossly distorted and that this is no genocide. Israel's actions are only to defend its people against Hamas. If there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, then they have been perpetuated against Israel. The ICJ should dismiss South Africa's case as groundless. I guess you can have the right to defend yourself, but defending yourself is leveling a whole country. Says South Africa has demanded that ICJ order Israel to suspend its military efforts. While a final ruling on the question of genocide could take years, the ICJ could issue a provisional ruling that would order Israel to stop its military campaign in Gaza. This ruling could take weeks, but even if issued, Israel may not follow orders. The court's rulings are theoretically legally binding, but not enforceable. Theoretically legally binding, but not enforceable. Like, what the hell does that mean? Like, and then it's kind of like all of this is theatrics at the end of the day, right? Because, okay, South Africa goes to the Hague and they determine that Israel has, or is guilty of genocide. Then what? Then what happens? They says they order them to stop, and then what are they going to do to make them stop? And Israel's not going to stop. Like, just because these people said this or whatever, like, what is the real point of this? I don't see it having an impact on the activities of Israel in any way, shape, or form. Guess it'll just be a historical footnote. Comments, it says, Israel trying to gaslight the whole world that they're just defending themselves while killing children is some audacity. Another one, it says, I find it wild that anyone would think South Africa doesn't understand, know what genocide and apartheid are. People are quick to forget how Nelson Mandela was called a terrorist. This is truly historic allyship that'll be remembered. Humanity plus empathy will always win over nationalism. I guess, but what's going to happen? They're all just going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya after this. Another comment says, Israel really pulled that there is no war in Basings. Basings, I don't get that reference. I know I'm ignorant to a lot of things. It says, a reminder that U.S. provides $3.8 billion of taxpayer money per year in military assistance to Israel. Another one, it says, didn't Hamas attack first? I mean, I don't think that's true on its face because of, historically and the whole thing with open air prison and atrocities. I played a clip earlier in the year where they was pouring cement in their freaking water. They're like they poured cement in their like river or whatever, their water system or whatever. Like this was before October 7th. And it said, and let's say Hamas did attack first, so the retaliation is to freaking level their freaking everything. It says this will be in the history books. Yeah, that's it. It will be, but I don't know what that is going to accomplish other than having some words on a paper. Another comment says every country should be doing this. The whole world has been watching, and no one is doing anything. When Russia started committing crimes against Ukraine, there were immediate repercussions, as there should be. But world leaders have been standing by for decades while this has been happening, doing nothing. Yeah, Russia's taken in a lot of Palestinian refugees too. Another comment says, what the F even is the point of the court's ruling is legally binding but not enforceable? Like, what is the freaking point? This one says, Nelson Mandela would be so freaking proud. I don't know what that accomplishes, though. Another one that says, aren't they sentencing people to death penalty for being LGBTQ? High kettle meat pot. So now all of a sudden you care about LGBTQ people? Another one says, maybe we should let women rule the world. What does that got to do with anything? Another one that says, Germany plans to intervene to defend Israel. How amusing for Germany to play the oppressor role once again. Another one, interesting how Israel has no actual arguments of its own. Another one, South Africa's arguments, fact after facts. Israel's argument, no. Really tired of covering this freaking topic, but it's important as far as knowing what's going on in the world. And it's really interesting to me how the media is not covering this. That's why I wanted to cover it, because nobody's covering it. And that's what we do here, even if it's uncomfortable. Let's do this one. It says, I build power lines for a living and I make a good union wage. If a bunch of burger flippers started earning the same wages and benefits that I make, dude, I'd be celebrating with them and their families. Working people are my people. Their win is my win. I love this. It's crazy how angry people get when you talk about people working at McDonald's getting $20 an hour. Like somehow that's taking money out of your pocket or something. I think it goes back to what I was saying before about, the people working around me. As long as they're making less than me, it makes me happy, And it's like, that is crazy insanity to me, but then the logical argument that they use is saying that the prices of things will go up, but there's no evidence to support that. And I've covered in the show before how in other places you've got these people at McDonald's, as an example, making $25 an hour, and the price of the damn quarter pounder is the same, or it's 25 cents more or something like that. Like mostly the same. Okay. So like that, so your argument doesn't work because there's no real evidence to support it. And the other argument of a skilled worker, who went to school or whatever, learned a trade or whatever, should get paid more than the other person. Okay, that's fine or whatever, but how does that person getting paid more affect you? Like, how does it affect you? Why do you care? What do you care? You know, if you know, and then people want to say that these people aren't working. Like, if you say this person that's working in fast food is not working and they're lazy or whatever, then you've never been anywhere close to people that work in fast food, or you've never done it yourself, because these people are busting ass the whole time they're there. Like, other jobs, a lot of other jobs have downtime. They can sit down, you know, they can take breaks or whatever. They their job, their work isn't, you know, the whole time that they're punched in, or the whole time that they're in the office. You know, they're not working the whole time. These people that work in fast food, they're working the whole time, like literally the whole time, grinding. Okay. When I was in high school, I worked at Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box. And that was my first job. And a lot of the work ethic that I have in my life right now was as a result of that. That was grind. I'm telling you, man, that was not no easy work. These people are not lazy. And like I say, what do you care how much they're getting paid? How does that affect you? Go on about your life. Do what you do. Why are you so worried about them? You just want to go out of your way to make sure that these people aren't making $20 an hour. So it offends you. I don't understand this vitriol, freaking anger that comes about when people say somebody at McDonald's getting paid $20. What do you care? And the other side of it is like, they've got us fighting against each other, but really we have this class system. People who work for a living, like if you can't take a year off of your job and still pay your bills, then you're still in the same group as that McDonald's worker, because that McDonald's worker has to go to work. He can't take no time off. He has to pay his bills. So even if you're making 100,000 a year, if you can't take 6 months, a year off of your job and your bills still be paid, you're in the same class with that guy. You're not in the class with the owner class, because the middle class, I believe, is really an illusion. It's a buffer separation point that they create to make us have this illusion that there's these different groups or whatever. It's the worker class and the owner class. Whether you have a white collar or a blue collar, your ass is a worker if you can't take off a year from work. The owner class can do that. They can go take a Europe vacation and nothing changes. They can manage their situation from their phone or their laptop, make a few phone calls or something, and they're good. The rest of us, we can't do that. We're going to lose our house. We're going to lose our apartment. We're going to lose our car. We're going to be homeless if we don't go to work. So those are the two classes: the class of the person that can take a year, 2 years off of work and still be fine, and the ones that can't do that. That's it. It's two groups. So we should have solidarity with the group that we're in. It's just that we're just disillusioned about this. We're not aware, because the media, all the powers that be, they're putting these blinders up on us and making us think that we're better, we're holier than thou, we're above these other people who they make less than you, but they're workers just like you. That's it. You got workers and you got owners. So, and we far outnumber the owners, but the owners have a lot of power because of their money. But if we had solidarity, we'd have more power than them, and unions have been busted up in this country. It's a lot of fewer unions. It's, the leverage that workers have is their labor. That's the only leverage that they have. So That's why they need unions, and that's the reason why they need to have solidarity together so that they can put pressure on the owner class to give them fair wages and health care and benefits and 401k or whatever the hell, vacation time, you know. Um, but as an individual, you have zero power, and you're like, oh, I'm not gonna come to work if you don't pay me right. And they're like, psh, don't. And next, bring the next guy in here, you know. And here comes all this stuff is interrelated because the immigration situation is related to this. You know, it's exploitable labor, just like what we were talking about with the prisons earlier. When you're in a position where you don't have any power, you don't have any agency over yourself, you know, if you're not legal, then if you know, you can't say anything, you can't get the police involved, you can't complain, you're going to take whatever they pay you, and you're just going to take that because you have to. Because if you say anything, then they'll be like, oh, we'll just call immigrant. We know you're not legal. We're just going to get you deported, you know, let you work a whole season and then not pay you and be like, what are you going to do now? You can't do nothing. You don't have no agency, you know. They're passing laws now to allow younger people to work longer hours. I don't know if I have this clip in here, but it's like in Florida, they passed a law recently where you could be like 16 and 17 years old and you can work 40 hours a week. And it used to be like that. It was against the law. Because school should be the most important thing for children. How are they going to go to school if they're working 40 hours a week? You know, how? But then, like I say, all of these things are interrelated because these are exploitable groups that have no agency. So then they can pay them trash, you know, and keep racking in their profits, you know. So if they don't have the immigrants to take advantage of, then they take advantage of these kids. They don't have the kids to take advantage of, then they take advantage of these prisoners. You know, the commonality is them not having any agency. You know, so you make the immigration process convoluted and full of bureaucracy so they can go 10 years in the process of trying to get a visa. Meanwhile, that whole 10 years they're at the whims of, you know, their employers. Comments, it says trickle down is Republican crap. You raise the bottom and everyone wins. Another one, you pay what the job is worth. If you want to make more money, take on more responsibility. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You know, um, pay what the job is worth. How many people are actually getting paid what the job is worth? And who determines what the job is worth? Even if it's a burger flipping job, if that company can't make any money without that person flipping those burgers, then what is that job worth to the person who owns that company or whatever? You know, they need those burgers, those patties to be flipped so the burgers can go out. They're not making any money at all. So it's worth a lot to that person who has that business because that's how they make their money. So it's the same with you at your job, whatever job you're at, you know. Uh, so what determines the worth? You know, like you can relate it to how much the money is they're being made, you know, as a result of your labor, you know. And so, boom, you can do it like that. But at the same time, you know, it's worth a lot because they can't make any money if they don't have that person doing it. You know, take on more responsibility. How much responsibility do you have at your job? Really? You're sitting on the computer, you know, tapping away, writing emails, You know, and like I say, I don't see what people's problem is with these people getting paid. Um, you know, a livable wage. If you can't, if your business can't run and be profitable without paying your people a livable wage, like enough to survive, then you don't have a viable business. If your business relies on the exploitation of people, then you don't have a viable business. Improve your business model. How about that? It says a rising tide raises all boats. Republicans didn't learn how to share in kindergarten, and their parents didn't love them. So sad. I don't like how they point the fingers at like this with the Republicans when they say stuff like this, because you got Democrats that are in the same boat. Like, you know, Democrats own businesses. You know, you got selfish Democrats. You know, you have very rich Democrats. So those finger pointing doesn't work, and it just divides us. Another one that says, LOL, in a world of finite productive capacity and finite resources, imagine what happens to the price of everything if everyone makes less, say 80K a year, suddenly makes 80K a year. Just think about that, it critically. You know, and this is the argument that people make all the time. It's like, okay, you know, the price of everything is going to go up, but there's really no evidence to support that. Another one that says, I want everybody to be able to live comfortably. I've been a burger flipper all my life in one way or another, and it hasn't been easy. I'm so happy for people who get a living wage no matter what they do. Another one, McDonald's workers in Australia make far better wages and the cost of their food isn't much higher. I'd gladly pay a bit more if I knew the money was going to the workers. It's time to pay everyone a living wage. So yeah, two good points in this comment was, you know, the cost of the food wasn't much higher. And then the other part is, you know, wouldn't you be happy to know that, you know, you paid a quarter more and the workers actually can, you know, buy Christmas presents for their kids, you know? Or do you want those people to not be able to buy their kids Christmas presents because they work at a fast food restaurant? You know, but what's sad about these things is that a lot of times, you know, the greed is there, so the money ends up not going to the workers anyways. Like they ask you to make donations. Everyone does this now. Like you go wherever you go, and they ask you, do you want to donate an extra dollar to, I don't know, kids in Africa or something like that, you know, dogs, um, you know, care for dogs or health care for cancer patients or something like that. And then, but then that, do you don't have any confidence that that money is actually going to go towards that cause. And these companies are just using these as tax write-offs for them anyways, you know, so it benefits them doubly, tax write-off, and then they probably just stick the money into their compensation for their CEOs or something, you know. And then, like I said, we're programmed to not actually help our neighbor. They tell you, don't help your neighbor, don't feed the homeless, go donate to you know, a nonprofit that does the work of whatever it is, the thing that you're passionate about, you know. And it's like that's the right way to do it, and that's what they tell you. But then you look at the numbers and you see the percentage of the amount of money that you donated. Like let's say you donated $1 and like only a nickel of it actually goes towards that thing, because the other part goes into bureaucracy, or it goes into you know, compensation packages for the CEOs again, you know. You know, it doesn't actually go towards helping those people. Like they just send a nickel over there to the dog or to the kid in Africa or whatever. The other 95 cents goes to the company. If you really want to make a whole bunch of money, you want to make a killing, open a nonprofit or open a church. But nonprofits are probably more profitable than churches even, you know. You can choose whatever salary you want to get paid or whatever, you know. The money just it's like a money laundering deal. Another comment, it says, then vote for Biden. He is pro-union. I am pro-union. A woman. A man has a right to dignity. A trade they know provides a living. The trades built our country. Avoid any corporation that does not provide protections. The suits are not better than the next person if they treat you as expendable. I don't know that Biden is actually pro-union. Where's your evidence to support that? And the trade did build our country, and we had strong unions then too. You know, when people were able to work, you know, the man worked a job and the wife stayed at home, and he was able to buy a house and save for his kids' college and pay for their college and all of that. We had strong unions at that time. And we had regulations, and the corporations were forced to pay these people. That has changed. They chipped away at it over time and got to where we are now. Another comment says, before celebrating anything, progressives have to actually get up off the couch, learn some skills, and actually get a job. Sadly, all you're doing, it seems, is complaining. Learn some skills and actually get a job. Like working at McDonald's is not a job. And there's no such thing as unskilled labor. They try to belittle people's jobs and their labor all the time. And then it's like, what does Jay-Z say? Um, is it better to be underpaid or overrated? You know, and I think a lot of them, you know, they're overrated. Okay, they're getting paid not what they're worth, way over what they're worth. You know, they're totally overrated, and that's where you want to be. That's what the line was. That's what Jay-Z was trying to get at. You'd rather be underpaid or overrated. Of course, you'd rather be overrated and getting paid more than what you're actually worth. You know, and that's what they do. They belittle certain jobs and then they overrate others. You know, and they say there's, you know, like I say, I don't believe there's no such thing as unskilled labor. And if you've ever been out there on the farms and saw those guys picking pineapples or something, like that shit is amazing. And 9 out of 10 people would not be able to do that shit. And probably after years of training, still wouldn't be able to do that shit. Like you would physically not be able to do that shit. Like no such thing as unskilled labor. They bust ass out there, and those people in the fast food restaurants, they bust ass too. And your ass and your ass white collar job, and stick your ass in the damn drive-through window, and your line will be backed up around the corner because you're not gonna be able to do it. So you think it's easy, but it's fucking not, and it takes skills. Another comment says, this is a member of the working class standing with his own against those who seek to oppress and subjugate working class. Thank you. If we all stood together instead of being manipulated by the rich would lose decisively. The comfort of the rich depends on the abundant supply of the poor. Yeah, they depend on these exploitable workers, people that are in unfortunate circumstances, and our system puts people in unfortunate circumstances so that they can be exploited, you know. And like I say, no job is there's no such thing as unskilled labor. So when you choose to go to whatever fast food restaurant you go to, I'm sure there's certain ones you don't or you do. And even out of the same company, there's different locations that you go to and you don't go to or whatever. Because you go there, they mess up your order, it takes a long time, it's a long ass line, you know, problems. They don't, and then other ones they do it well. So what's the difference between the ones that do it well and the ones that don't do well? It's the skill of the person that's working in there, the skill of that team, you know, the skill of that guy that's working the grill, who's flipping the burgers, the skill of that person that's in the window who's taking the orders. That's the difference between that line moving efficiently and just sitting there. Chick-fil-A is a really good example. Like, they pay their workers pretty well too. It's not a bad job. And they tend to be efficient as hell. And those people are skilled. You know, they move those lines. It's really amazing how Chick-fil-A can get people in and out of there so freaking fast. Now, you know, they have an advantage because their damn menu don't hardly have anything. So it's like you're either getting a chicken sandwich or some chicken strips. Pretty much that's it. You know, so yeah, it's not many different things on the menu. So that helps. But the people working there, they pay them well. They tend to be clean. Their uniform tends to be clean, and they dress nice. Like, you pull up to the counter and they're like, "How may I serve you?" It always makes me feel a little uncomfortable when they say that. "How may I serve you?" They're efficient though, and I don't really like Chick-fil-A. I don't really like it. It doesn't have any flavor. It doesn't taste like anything really. It's overrated. It's a little overpriced. You know. But what will make me stop there is if I only have a short amount of time, and I know that they're going to get me in and out of there in a short amount of time. I like their breakfast. Breakfast is pretty good. A couple more comments. It says, "Think coming from a line cook and a father of two." I guess he was saying thank you coming from a line cook and a father of two. Another comment says, "Yes, how about we all just rally to rail against corporate greed rather than those just trying to survive?" That's the thing. They make these guys the enemy. The guy that's working on the damn drive-through, like, he's the bad guy. He's the one. It's like the homeless people. Like, those homeless people are the problem. You know, they're the bad guys. You know, the prison sheriff guy, the good non-violent offenders, you know, getting let go early is the problem. Two more. Let's move out of here. It says, "Exactly. Everyone wants us to believe giving our taxes and wages to the rich will trickle down, but no one wants to acknowledge that higher minimum wages will push overall wages in general. The simple thought process of a good person." So yeah, higher minimum wages push overall wages in general. And so there's a downward push in wages when you have these exploitable workers like immigrants, underage folks. So then that's where they can pay you less because, you know, you're going to accept that pay because they can just slide an immigrant in there and they'll pay him even less. So you better take this wage or we'll find an immigrant to do your job and we'll pay him less. You know, and why don't people, when they talk about things costing more because they're paying people more at the job, why don't we look at it the other way as in you paying these people more money. Now they have more expendable income, and they're gonna buy more stuff, and that's gonna help the economy, help everybody. Every business benefits from people having more uh, money to spend, so they can patronize your business, your product or service. They can buy it. If they only have enough money to pay their bills, then they're not coming into your shop. They're not getting their haircut. They're not buying stuff. They're not going to the restaurant. They don't have the money to spend it. Pay the guy a little bit more, the whole economy benefits. Pay that guy at the bottom more, the whole economy benefits. That's why I know this thing is not about money. It's about control. I covered a little bit of this. It says China skeptic wins Taiwan presidency and snub to Beijing. William Lai, a China skeptic with a track record supporting independence, won Taiwan's presidential election today, a result that risks inflaming tensions between Beijing and Washington in the South China Sea. The election has been billed as the first major global geopolitical watershed of 2024, pitting the U.S. against China in a battle for regional influence. Beijing cast a vote as a choice between war and peace and stressed the inevitability of the democratic island unifying with the communist mainland. The victory for Lai, currently the island's vice president, represents an unprecedented third successive time in power for the Democratic Progressive Party, regarding an anathema by Beijing for its insistence upon Taiwan's sovereign rights and its close relations with the U.S., Europe, and other democratic forces. In terms of global security, the fears Beijing could now ratchet up pressure on the island with warplanes and warships, as it did after the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi made a whirlwind visit in 2022. I mentioned that. World's oldest forest discovered in U.S. You are walking through the roots of ancient trees. Scientists of the U.S. believe they have discovered the world's oldest forest where some plants would have been seen by dinosaurs. The team already knew the ancient forest existed, but this is the first time it was properly investigated to find out the ages of plants and trees growing there. The forest sits near Catskill Mountain Range in the state of New York and is said to be about 386 million years. Interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. How do they determine that? I mean, we use the tree rings, but how do they determine that? It can't be the exact same plants. That's interesting stuff right there. One of the oldest forests. And it happened to be in the United States and close to New York. Who would have thought it? Okay, for our friends in the comments who don't like reading, this was determined through paleobotany, with the study of the fossilized remains of plants and trees of any area. The brief headline doesn't explain that it's not the living trees that are the oldest, but rather the evidence of how long ago a forest began there and its continued existence over time. A quote, by looking at the fossils of different plants and trees found in the area, they discovered that it's the oldest forest found on Earth so far. Other extremely old forests include the Amazon rainforest and the Fukushima forest in Japan. Okay, so that clears it up. That clears it up. Fukushima, they did a documentary. I think it was on HBO. If you guys haven't seen it, it's really worth a watch. It covers the the meltdown that happened there, and like it's a lot to it because that kind of led to the wait. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of Russia. Let me move on because I'm mixing two things up. Thinking Fukushima.
Because Jerry Nadler needs to eat.
We need immigrants in this country. Forget the fact that the farm, that our vegetables would rot in the ground if they weren't being picked by many immigrants, many illegal immigrants.
Jerry Nadler hasn't eaten a vegetable since Reagan was president, but he can't stand seeing good food go to waste. Nadler speaks for the whole party.
Agriculture. I mean, you're going to have vegetables rotting in the fields. You're going to have construction sites that will lie dormant.
We have a shortage of workers in our country. And you see, even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these?
Thanks for being here, A. Smith, if you're still here, man. Thank you for supporting the show all the time. I really appreciate it.
Immigrants up north, we need them to pick the crops down here.
Those folk who are coming across are the ones who are helping to put food on our table.
Wait a second. Democrats said these were dreamers crossing the border. They're all going to college, but they're really just here to pick crops? The Democratic Party has not changed a lot in 150 years. The situation's urgent because Jerry Nadler needs to eat.
We need immigrants in this country. Forget the fact that the farm, that our vegetables would rot in the ground if they weren't being picked by many immigrants, many illegal immigrants.
Jerry Nadler hasn't eaten a vegetable since Reagan was president, but he can't stand seeing good food go to waste. Nadler speaks for the whole party.
Agriculture. I mean, you're going to have vegetables rotting in the fields. You're going to have construction sites that will lie dormant.
We have a shortage of workers in our country. And you see, even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these immigrants up north? We need them to pick the crops down here.
Those folk who are coming across are the ones who are helping to put food on our table.
Wait a second. Democrats said these were dreamers crossing the border. They're all going to college, but they're really just here to pick crops? The Democratic Party has not changed a lot in 150 years.
What point is he trying to make here? And then on the other side with the Democrats, they're like, we need illegal immigrants so that we can get our crops. We know that this is a problem. We know that this is actually true, but the argument should be, get these people legal so that they can, get the crops, farm the crops, to do that work for the farmers. So yeah, I mean, like I say, they want them to be illegal so that they can exploit the labor and pay them trash to get the stuff out there. So it's like the Democrats in this clip are advocating for us keeping illegals. The way this clip looks, it's like we're advocating for having illegal immigration so that we can have our, crops picked or whatever. But what is his argument with showing these clips? He's saying, what happened to the dreamers? He's saying that the Democrats, were arguing that these people are going to college, but they're not arguing that. They're arguing for people to pick crops. Like this, my brain this clip is kind of hurting my brain from both sides. Like, somebody help me. I guess I'm getting tired. Fox News, it says, what happened to the dreamers? Blast Democrats after Representative Jerry Nadler says the country needs many illegal immigrants in the country to pick our vegetables. Why don't we streamline the system, get rid of the bureaucracy, and get these people to, I know they have deals with the work visas and stuff like that, and the seasonal types of deals where they can legally come for a season or whatever, you know, clean that shit up, get that shit better, so that these people won't get exploited and we can still get our crops picked, you know, because, and this is like the opposite of where, the South Park episode where they're like, think our jobs. It's like, no, nobody, Americans, most of them, they don't want to do these jobs and they can't do these jobs. Like they can't stand in the sun for that amount of time and do physical labor, like from sunrise to sunset and actually be productive. Like they can't and won't do those jobs. So, but I still don't get what the argument is here for either side. Like I'm confused what their actual arguments are there. Comments, it says, isn't that racist to assume that Mexican people are all landscapers and field pickers? Well, first off, you're saying Mexicans, and nobody really just said Mexicans. Maybe they assumed that. And, I think it would be racist to assume that Mexican people are all landscapers and field pickers. But we know it's true that the people who work out there tend to be immigrants. But like I say, it's one reason is because they exploit these people, and another reason is Americans can't and won't do those jobs. Comment, it says, I'm Mexican, not easily offended, but that's offensive. Only good for lawn care, fruit picking, and maid service. Yep, time to drain the swamp. AOC, are you going to respond? Never mind, you lost your brown card a long time ago. You only drop the card when you need to. Trump 24. It says, why does this all sound like racism and slavery? Ship them where they are needed, not where they want to go. And then with all of these comments are also taking away the agency of these people. Like, oh, one side is like, oh, we need to help them and do something for them or whatever. And like, we're talking about these people like they're not humans, like they don't have their own advocacy, they don't have their own agency, they don't have their own mind, they can't make their own decisions. Like, using them like straight up tools. Like, I don't like that at all. That part really freaking bothers me. It says, once a slave owner, always a slave owner, Democrats. Okay, so that was what he was saying. That's what his argument was. Okay, it's starting to make a little bit more sense there. That's that argument of, the South related to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Like, it was the Democrats at that time who were, the South, the solid South, the slave South, or whatever. But what people don't understand is that this is not the same people or whatever. It's not the same groups of whatever. Like, it changed, it flipped. I don't want to have that argument because y'all can look this up and it's not even hard to look up. Like, the evidence is there. So the people like this guy who's smart, I know he knows better, but they think everybody is dumb and they're just going to tell you some bullshit that, it is true that those were Democrats who at that time, but their whole platform was totally different than the Democrats of today. It's not the same party. Just use your common sense. Freaking the Republican Party right now has changed since Trump has come to power, and that's only been the last, like, what, less than 8 years, like, or whatever. Like, since Trump really came on the scene, the Republican Party has dramatically changed. I don't know who can argue with that, and you're just talking about a less than 10-year frame. We're talking about a frame of, how many years is that? That was we're talking about like 100 years, something like that. The flip where Democrats are different than they were then. Like that's why history is important and people need to actually freaking read and learn some shit. Yes, the parties did flip. It did happen. The Republican Party didn't exist. It was the Whigs or whatever I want to say. I don't want to say it wrong. I'm getting tired. But I know that there was no Republican Party at that time. Another comment says, "This is frightening to watch the radical left destroy our country. The radical left is destroying our country." Okay. Another comment that says, "Sounds pretty racist if you ask me." It says, "Back to slavery, then is it?" Another one that says, "Bet a few thousand vetted could do the job, not 20 million citizen placements." Another one that says, "At this point, there are more illegals than vegetables in the ground. Deport illegals." Another one that says, "Crops, cotton, is there a difference? Dems supported the harvest of both." It's not the same party. Has the same name, but it's totally not the same party. It says, "What are the slaves now? Ridiculous." Another one, "We real American Hispanics do not support illegal immigration. Biden expects our vote just because of the color of our skin. Disgusting. That's why our vote is with Trump. Make sure to hit the blue button on my page." They use these people as political pawns, and that is terrible. They're real life human flesh and blood folks, not freaking political tools. Let's read this. It says, "When Jesus Christ came upon the earth, you killed him, the son of your own God. You nailed him up. You thought he was dead, but you were mistaken. And only after you thought you killed him did you worship him and start killing those who would not worship him. What kind of people is this for us to trust?" It says, "Did you know, before it was written down, the oldest parts of the Bible were passed along through oral tradition? Even when written down formally, many different versions and interpretations exist. Ethiopia had an early version. It wasn't until the 1st century BC that Jews settled on the canon of their scripture. And by 350 AD, Christians, read Romans, agreed on all the books of their New Testament. This was exclusively a decision of the Roman Empire. Christianity, initially a protest movement against Roman imperial oppression and slavery, was joined by the Romans, taken over and organized in Rome's interests, originally by Constantine. Today, numerous translations and interpretations of the Bible exist in dozens of languages. The oldest written parts of the Bible rediscovered were initially transcribed into at least 3 languages. The Hebrew Bible, what Jews call the Tanakh and Christians call the Old Testament, was first written in Hebrew with a few chapters of the books of Daniel and parts of Ezra recorded in Aramaic, which was a language widely spoken from 600 to 200 in the Levant and small areas of Western Asia until the 13th century. Arabic and Arabs replaced it. In the 1st century AD, the Christian New Testament was initially in the Mediterranean area and Western Asia's Common Greek. This was the language of defeated peoples occupied and ruled by the Greeks from 300 BC to 150 AD. Rome-led Christianity was wiped out of Arab-conquered areas in the face of Arab Islam encroaches into North Africa in the 7th century AD, leaving only tattered remnants of Christianity in what had become named Egyptian, Coptic, and Ethiopian Orthodox churches. A little bit of history there. So the little quote at the beginning where he says, "And only after you thought you killed him did you worship him and start killing those who would not worship him. What kind of people is this for us to trust?" Like, yeah, when you outside looking in, a lot of the stuff, it just sounds like it makes sense when you're told it and you grow up in it or whatever. But if you take yourself outside of it and then look at it, then it doesn't really make sense and it sounds kind of crazy. Some of the stuff I don't like is like when they, when we do like communion or whatever, and we're like we take we eat the flesh of Jesus and we drink the blood of Jesus or whatever, you eat the cracker and you drink the grape juice or whatever. It's supposed to represent the blood of Christ and the flesh of Christ. It's like does that not sound kind of crazy to you really when you think about it? It's like uh why would you want to drink his blood and eat his flesh? Like, I know it's symbolic or whatever, but what that sounds kind of demonic to me. That sounds like some kind of like Satanist ritual, like total opposite of what it's supposed to be or whatever. Like, eat my flesh and drink my blood. What the F? You there, dudes? What's up?
Shit, not much, man. Headed into to work, man. Start my 5-day tour.
Well, you sound better, man. I know you had the tooth problem and all of that, so you obviously got over that, right?
Oh yeah. For the most part, yeah, I've gotten over that, and yeah, man, doing pretty good. Can't complain.
What do you think about the eating the flesh of Jesus and drinking his blood?
Um, it was something that was always taught to us in church. It was something that we did as far as like communion. I think that's what they call it, if I'm not mistaken. My understanding, the symbolic reasoning behind it, growing up in church and things of that nature. But I also was also taught that if your life that you lead is not according to God's word and his and honoring him in a way that if you're not living your life in a way to honor him and represent him, and you're not living your life according to scripture, that you should not partake in it. I was also taught that. But man, I'm gonna just be honest with you. There's so much out there now that's come to surface as it pertains to religion, and and it makes you stray away, if you will, from your beliefs and what you were taught, as a child coming up in the church, especially, being here from the South, and, church was a big thing. It still is a big thing, you know. I really don't know anymore, but I really don't know anymore, but uh, I do believe that there is a God. I don't believe that everything that exists is due to science. I do believe that there is a God. I do believe that there's a higher power. I do believe in divine energy and things of that nature. But it's not to say that I stray away from that stuff. I mean, I like to hear everybody's thoughts and opinions, especially people that appear to be educated. But I think I just I don't really know, but I still pray. I
Yeah.
still pray. I still seek, answers, solace, some type of comfort, and believing that there is a God. Right. I don't know too much, as far as like the communion deal. I mean, what you were saying does make sense. You
Yeah,
know, uh, you
yeah,
know, like that
yeah,
sounds like some weird ritual. It does make sense in a way.
yeah,
But
yeah. I believe in God, and I also like Christ energy. The idea of Christ energy, and well, how come we can't just like consume his teachings and mimic his the way he lived his life? You know, giving to the poor and loving thy neighbor and all that stuff. I really love that stuff. That's great. I actually live my life that way. But why do we have to? How does consuming his flesh and drinking his blood gonna, you know, it sounds like a shortcut. Instead of you know doing our doing good in our life and following Christ's energy and his teachings, we're gonna do a shortcut and we're gonna get close to Christ by consuming his flesh and drinking his blood.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't, I don't quite understand. I don't know. Honestly, I think, I mean, I really don't know. I've heard so many things as it pertains to that. I've also heard that, that none of us are actually the human, who we are in the way, from the beginning of time, back in the day, the things that happened in the days that Jesus did walk the earth and, also before Christ, you know, that because of our ways that we are not actually worthy of heaven in God's eyes, but it's because Jesus sacrificed his life pretty much is what gives us the grace and mercy from God in order to, I guess, make it into heaven. You know, I mean,
And,
I don't
and,
know, bro.
and let me,
Like I said,
I don't mean to match on anybody's religion, but these are just thoughts that I've had for a long time. But even with that, it's like, Jesus came to earth and he died and he washed our sins away. And that's what allowed us to go to heaven. So what about all the people that was on the earth before Jesus came? None of those people had opportunity to go to heaven, huh? Because Jesus hadn't come yet.
yeah. I mean, like I say, it's like I say, it's so much, bro. And I mean, I really don't know. I don't understand. That's just like people say. You hear people say all the time, "Oh man," when especially like if they hear somebody died, "Oh man, they're in the better place." Oh man, he or she died in their sleep. Man, that's the best way to go. They didn't feel nothing. How do we fucking know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't ever died before. How do we not know that you don't feel something?
Yeah.
Like when you die in your sleep, how do we know? How do we know that you don't feel a sense of of anxiety and some
Or
type of
or some kind
pain?
of thing.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
some type of pain or something. Like how do we know? And it's just I think you have to I think you have to read and read the word. It's like it comes to religion, read the word and take from it, what you take away from it and try not to add your own, I guess your own beliefs or whatever to it, but just have faith and trust and believe that, the word that you're reading is right. I mean, because I don't at this point, bro, I don't know if there's a right or wrong way. You just try to be I think that religion, I think that we've complicated it over the years, and I think religion really just boiled down to being innately you as a human being. I think we're all born and designed to be people of humanity and to love one another. But as we grow and as we age and as our mind starts to transform, and we have people in our life that put impressions on us, we're all chasing a story that, like we were talking about on Thursday, that fictional story that's not necessarily true, that's fucking us up.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to say you don't know, and I think that's probably the best way to go. And then the name of the show today is Holier Than Thou, and then you have these people that are so confident, like they know, like they know what happens after you die. Nobody died and came back and told us, for sure there's a heaven or there's a hell or whatever, and I think that we should live our lives in a way that we kind of try to find our heaven here. It's like heaven and hell being a state of mind. Suffering mentally during the life that you actually have. Like I say, we don't really know what happens, after we die, and then having this confidence that for sure is a holier than thou way of going at things. I think it's like, I don't know what I'm trying to say right now. It's like uh, just living in that not knowing is okay. Not knowing is okay. There's no way with our perceptions, our limited perceptions that we have, that we're going to know everything anyways. But I don't like it's like a simplistic childlike view on things, to just be like, it I, it gives you a certain amount of satisfaction to feel like people are in a better place after they die, or that you get to be with your loved ones after you die. You'll see them again, and nobody can say that that's not true either. So that's okay. I'm okay with that. I like that thought of reuniting with my loved ones after I pass. It gives you it makes you calm. Uh, and maybe gives you like something to look forward to or whatever.
Yeah.
But the way religion is used to manipulate and control people, to be like, don't look for your rewards in this life, just wait until after, while they still and everything now, and then they live in great now while you're suffering. Because a lot of really religious people, the ones that really believe and follow the teachings, tend to be poor, but
I
then
think that
what
shit's a lie, bro, because the
what
reason why we have a disconnect and a divide is for, as far, and the reason why the rich don't, a lot of times, don't give back into these communities, or give, a lot of it, a lot, dude, like, and it's not even science, bro. It's just they're fearful. They're fearful of not having enough. They're fearful of losing what they have and the life that they have, bro. Like, like, and it
I was about to
also,
say is, wait, hold on, let me get this thought out before I lose it. It's like, what rich really is may not have anything to do with these uh things that we buy or whatever, like having money or whatever. Like, being rich may just have to do with your family, and not stressing, and not, having loved ones around you, people that really care about you, having a community, you know so it's okay for you to not be, monetarily rich in this life. And I I I believe in that. I believe in a higher power. I believe that, like, your life has meaning, even after you're gone. So the things that you do, the integrity and character that you had, the things that you did for others, the way you made others feel, matters even after you're gone. So, and then, you can find richness in that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you know, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, you know, that I mean, and that's a title, and that's a name that we put on it. Somebody that has an abundant, that has an abundance of, money or wealth or whatever. That's something that we put on it. As far as the name, rich. So, but I'm not. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and say that I don't wish that I had that. I wish, that I was financially stable in my life, and had an abundance of finances where, I could live my life and not only just have an abundance for myself and provide for myself, but to be able to, give unto others and make a difference in other people's lives. Yeah, I wish that I had that, but is that necessarily rich? Because I think richness also boils down to your individual life, and who you decide to spend your life with, and create a family with. That to me is a source of rich. Like, I mean, I don't know, bro. Like I
I think
say,
it's like it's an illusion too. I think that maybe we're born rich already, being that we live in the Garden of Eden. It's like this predatory capitalist system that we live in is what gets us on the treadmill trying to make more money and doing that our whole life until we die. But really, like everything is free, really. Oxygen is free, really. Water is free. Food is really free. It grows on the trees and stuff. Like, if you have the skills and the knowledge to grow plants and to capture food, you know, uh, you know, if we was able to just live like we are natural humans and go about our life and not have to go to grocery stores and all of this stuff the way things are set up, we just live in a garden, and we have our family, we build our own structures, we drink water, we eat fruits, and just live, and just make art and spend time with our family. You know,
yeah,
I think that's what we really should be doing.
yeah,
I think we complicated things and made it something it's not. It's like an illusion that's been created that it's really not real.
yeah, yeah. It's just, I don't know, man. Like I say, I tell anybody. Yeah, I mean, I would like to have an abundance. Shit, I would like to be at a point in my life. Like, don't get me wrong, I love what I do. I love my job. I work for an amazing company. But hell, bro, it's Sunday. I'm up at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, headed to work, and won't see my family for 4 or 5 days. Yeah, I
Yeah,
could go take a job around here, but at the end of the day, man, I mean, it's a life. It's how I want to live and be able to provide and do this and do that and the third for my family. So, you know, there's not many jobs around here that's gonna afford me to maintain what I maintain. So,
yeah.
but
So at the end of the day, it comes down to choices, opportunities, and decisions. Let me read some comments. It says, it's mind boggling that those of whom this enlightenment is meant will more than likely zoom right by the substance of this post. However, you can only lead the horse to water. Need I say more? Love you, King. Keep teaching. Another one that says, sad how society doesn't see how handsome native, etc. men are. You see the mundane of men, mainly white men, being praised by Nah at the bottom of the poll. Like what? Off topic, I know. That was all over the place. But it makes me think about how, my grandma was half Native American. And one thing I do know about the Native American people, the women were more like the men were like pretty, if that makes any sense, and the women were rugged and like strong and hard or whatever. Like they were I can't find the right words for this, but it was the males were like pretty, if that makes any sense, and the women were more rugged and hard and like square and like I can't find the right words. And I'm not trying to. This is not a diss. It's just a thing that I noticed. Even when I was younger, I noticed it. My grandma, she was strong. Like she was physically strong, and I don't know, just gangster. She was hardcore, and
Yeah.
and the men were softer, if you will. That's off topic, but it was just something that came to my mind.
Oh, oh man, it's just yeah. I don't know, bro. There's a lot that you could think of as it pertains to this, man. I just think that we all have to, some way, somehow, find that healthy relationship, you know, and
Let me
try to live
cut.
harmoniously.
Let me cover some stuff because I won't be here much longer. In this one, let me do a little bit of this.
And the timing, we don't know. What we know is that we need to get prepared. Ready?
That's backhand. Back.
So, this one is talking about.
It's like a special forces method, but twist a bit so that the civilians can have a hands-on understanding. Our physical build may not be as tough as those tier 1 special forces guys, but our mental preparedness are not lacking. We may be invaded, and the timing we don't know. What we know is that we need to get prepared.
So it says Taiwanese civilians receiving voluntary combat training over fears of a Chinese invasion. Yeah, I was talking about that a bit earlier. Let's do this. It says the hallmark of an open mind is separating your ideas from your identity. If you define yourself by your opinions, questioning them is a threat to your integrity. If you see yourself as a curious person or as a lifelong learner, changing your mind is a moment of growth. And I think a lot of people are stuck. And that's what I'd be saying all the time is like, if you haven't changed your views on things, in years, then you haven't grown in that amount of time. You get access to more information, and your views on things should change. A lot of us are stuck in our views, and we've had the same views over years. And it's like earlier, I was talking about people caring more about being right than what the facts are. You know, it's all about proving myself as right, and I don't want to feel wrong. So then I'm not gonna accept information that makes me feel wrong. It's like that cognitive dissonance type of deal. I don't want to hear it because it's gonna, you know, I'm gonna have to beat myself up and say that I was wrong, and I don't want to see that. So it says the hallmark of an open mind is separating your ideas from your identity. So that's the other part. It's like when someone says something about conservatives, like conservatives do this or whatever, and you consider yourself a conservative, then you take that as a personal attack. Like if they say Democrats are like this and you consider yourself a Democrat, so you take that as a personal attack. They say Republicans are this, or people who support Trump are this, or whatever. And you take that as a personal attack instead of separating yourself from that and being able to look at it and evaluate it. So you're automatically going to want to just attack back if your opinions are wrapped up in your identity or whatever. It says you define yourself by your opinions, questioning them is a threat to your integrity. So it's like you're you you, you define yourself by your opinions. So when someone questions them, then you feel it as a threat, like a personal threat. And this is what I see a lot when we be having these conversations about stuff here on the show. You know, automatically the conversation goes left because people feel like they were personally attacked. So then they feel like they got to attack back or whatever. And then it's no longer about the ideas. It's no longer about the facts. It's no longer about like having a conversation to move things forward. Now it's a battle. It becomes like it's no longer a debate. It's a personal, like, I attack you, you attack me, and I hit you back and you hit me back type of deal. Let's read the comment. It says, yes, it's very important not to invest one's self-worth in any particular idea. An open mind also uses critical thinking, so it knows the difference between reality and fabrications, between truth and garbage. Not all ideas are created equal. Yeah, so we just need to get to the point where we can have conversations on certain topics without turning it into attacks on each other. You know, it's like the whole political correspondence that happen is, oh, the Democrats this, oh, Biden that, oh, Trump does that, or oh, I hate AOC, or I hate Kamala Harris, or whatever. And it's like what I'm saying over and over again is that the Democrats can do good things, Biden can do good things, Trump can do good things, the Republicans can do good things. AOC can make good comments on things. Kamala Harris can make good comments or do good things or whatever. It's like just because the person is whoever they are, like people are more concerned about, what mouth the words came from than the words themselves, like the value of the words themselves. And people, they just want to cape for their team, and that's it. And it leads them to not be able to see what their team did wrong or what their team was wrong about, because they're not willing to admit that their team was wrong about anything, and they're not willing to admit that the other team was right about anything. And that's where we are in our political discourse. We're in arrested development. There's no movement. you know, we can't have intellectual conversations about things and actually talk about the facts and the ideas. Instead, we're more worried about who said what or whatever, or pointing fingers at one side or the other. And it gets us nowhere. Like the Democratic run cities are all trash, or all of the Trump supporters are all uneducated, and whenever you make these blanket statements, you're going to be wrong every time, because there's always going to be, like, even if you are, some of it is true, some of it is not going to be true. It's kind of like how prejudice works and racism works. It's like you want a whole group of people, you're going to determine how they behave and how they think and how they move and what they eat and everything. You really think that every person in that group behaves that way? That's an ignorant ass way of thinking. That's it's not going to be true ever. And if you let your prejudices guide you in your thoughts and your beliefs or whatever, then you're going to be wrong. You know what I mean? It's not fair to the individual decide that it's like putting them in a box and deciding, their whole identity based on like their skin tone or what language they speak or what political party they affiliate with, you know, their ethnicity, which country they're from. I mean, go down the list, their gender, their age, all of this stuff, and you put in the whole group in that, and you've already, it's really a cop out. It's really to simplify everything too, so that you don't have to dig through the details. You don't have to get to know the person. You don't have to do any work because you already know. That's that I already know shit where, I already know how you're going to behave. I already know what you like or dislike, you know, because you're this. So all the people that are like, all black people do this, all white people do that, or whatever, all Hispanic people do that, or whatever, it's really a way to look at the world through like a child's eyes and not willing to take the time to dig through and actually make some true determinations, yeah, simplify everything, it makes it easier for you, you know. Anyways, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on here. I've been on here way longer than I intended to.
I think that's just, I think that boils down to the individuals, man. The individual person, and like you say, somebody that just don't want to deal with the situation, they're taking a cop out, and that shit goes, it goes in a lot of situations, and I don't like the fact that, I don't necessarily like the fact that people in our society do that, where they bunch everybody in a group. They put all blacks in one group and all blacks act like this. And, oh, don't trust those folks because they'll eventually show their teeth, that type of shit. And you hear it and you see it. And to be quite honest with you, bro, a lot of that shit is said a lot of times within our media, but people don't pay attention to it. People don't listen, they listen to their favorite news outlet, Fox, and I'm not, and not just white people listen to Fox. So I'm tired of that stereotype too. Oh,
Yeah,
only white people listen to that shit. That's not fucking true. But
my mom
blacks,
loves Fox. That's what she watches.
yeah, a lot of blacks and other people listen to Fox too. And it's like, they say a lot of stereotypical shit, about all people, bro. Like, they talk about lower class, poor whites, in a sense, it's like, so I just, like I say, bro, I think it boils down to the individual, and what type of fucking person that they are at the end of the day, and just because a person has money and just because a person dresses well and they look good, their outer appearance look good doesn't make them a good person because there's a lot of shitty people in this world that look good, that have plenty of money, and that's why
Yeah,
they don't have any friends or anybody that's meaningful in their life because they are a shitty person.
yeah.
You
People
know?
automatically feel like people that have money are smarter or better than other people. Like
Nah.
earlier, I covered a story where they were talking about there's this town in South Africa. It's an all-white town, and they exclude others. It's only whites. It's white only. And then the comments, a couple of the comments said it's probably got the lowest crime rate in all of Africa. So then there's an assumption that goes with that is so you're basically saying black people are the ones who do crime and white people don't do crime.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and,
Yeah.
and that's just stupid. That's really
Yeah.
fucking stupid. Like humans are humans and humans do crime. Like
Yeah.
black people do crime and white people do crime. Like that's really fucking stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. We all fuck up at some point, and it's like, I don't know, bro. Like I say, it's a lot of ignorance in our world and our society in which we live, and it's really sad. And at the end of the day, I mean, we can try to invoke and make changes little by little, but you I honestly believe that you're never gonna get rid of the ignorance. You know, you're never gonna get rid of that shit. You know, there's
But
gonna
but
always be.
we can fight against it. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it was a story. This guy was saying he was talking about his father, and his father said, you know, he met this black guy, and he was a cool black guy, and he was like, this guy is really cool. He's intelligent. He's nice, you know, and he's not like those other black folks. And he's like, but but the son was like, Dad, this is the only black guy you know. So the only black guy you know is a cool black guy, and he's not a criminal and all of this, you know. But the other ones, the ones that you don't know, they're all criminals. So like, how does your brain not realize that you're you're doing something there, you know? So you know, if you meet some more black guys and then you find out that they're cool, will you still have that same opinion that all of the other black people are, you know, criminals or whatever, you know? So a lot of the racism and prejudice is just ignorance. You know, it's just them not being aware. You know, the media tends to highlight certain things. You know, you see the same thing over and over again on the news, so it leads you to these conclusions. And but you know, if you was actually to go out there and meet these people, then you're not gonna, you know, you're it's gonna crush your prejudices. It's gonna crush your racism. So that's what I'm saying. I think that a lot of it is just ignorant. It boils down to ignorance. You just don't know, and you think you know because you see it on TV or whatever, and that's where you're getting all your information from about this whole group of people. You know,
Yeah.
people need to. That's why I'm saying I don't think it'll go away either, but you can fight against it by education, you know, information, actually meeting people, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
man.
it ain't gonna never
It's
happen
just
if you're scared and you think that they're all criminals, so you're not gonna open up enough to let yourself, you know, take that information in.
I think that's just bullshit. There again, that's a cop out. You know, that's like if I said, man, I ain't ever going over here. You know, I ain't ever going to this place or that neighborhood because all them white folks in that racist. They wouldn't take that shit very well. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just, but hey, I mean,
I
I
think
hear
a
it all the
lot
time, you know, and they
of,
always defend that shit, that one racist person or that person that has this fucked up belief. When you start talking and conversation get heated, they're always the ones that's like, oh, my best friend is Mexican, my
yeah,
best
yeah,
friend is black. You know,
yeah,
you got one. So you mean to tell me out of all of the blacks and Mexicans in the United States, you only got one that you
yeah,
deal with that you think
yeah.
is cool? Like that's some
That,
racist shit, and they don't
and
realize how racist that fucking sounds, bro.
and that's what I was about to say is they don't even know. I think a lot of racist folks don't know that they're racist. They really don't. They're not aware of their racism. They're not
Yeah,
aware of their prejudice. They're ignorant of it. Because whenever you make them comments, you know, oh my, you know, I got a friend. I got a black. I'm not racist. I have a black friend. Like that automatically is a trigger. That's automatically because a person that's not racist is not going to say that because it's not going to carry
yeah,
any weight because people are
yeah,
people, humans are humans. This guy's my friend. He's not my black friend. He's my friend.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That shit crazy, man. But you hear that shit all the time, bro. But like I say, man, I don't know.
Let me cover this right quick. It says zombie drug made with human bones causing addiction crisis. It says the West African nation of Sierra Leone is facing a terrifying addiction crisis thanks to a new drug named Kush, which is compound of cannabis-like ingredients mixed with chemicals such as fentanyl and often ground up human bones, available for as little as 20 cents a hit and said to be able to induce severe addiction after only one use. The emergence of Kush has seen many locals reduced to a permanent zombie-like state, with over 1,000 new homeless and living at the city dump. Others resort to self-harm and even suicide as a result of the drug's effects. The inclusion of bones in some batches is thought to be due to their high sulfur content, which can induce artificial highs. This has led to a series of grave robberies in the country, with vigilante groups now protecting graves from would-be Kush producers. Authorities are now engaged in a constant battle with Kush and its dealers, while the country's Catholic Church has called for collaborative efforts with neighboring countries and international organizations to help combat the nightmare drug. Wow, so they got a drug now where they mix weed, bones, and fentanyl, and it's cheap to make. And they say it turns you into like a zombie, and it's very addictive. Bro, how do you do it for the first time? That's what I'd be wondering about, like hard drugs and stuff like that, like heroin or something you're gonna put into your veins. Is like, how does it happen for the first time? Like somebody comes up and he's like, bro, you know, stick this needle in you and you're gonna get high. Like, how does somebody
What?
sell you on that for for the first time? Like
What?
bro,
On a drug or my
yeah.
phone cut out, man. I'm inside our plant, so
Yeah, for like a one like these hard drugs, like injecting heroin. How does the first time? How does somebody sell you on that? Like it's like your friend. He comes over. He's like, "Man, I'm finna get high as fuck, bro. You want some of this? All you gotta do is take some of your blood out, heat it up, and then stick it back in you with this heroin, and you're gonna be high as fuck." And like
uh
I'm a
man,
I'm
I
a
just think that when you're chasing, because for one, addiction, a lot of people say addiction is a choice, but and maybe it is in the beginning. I don't truly know. I haven't really studied it, but I think when you're chasing that high and you don't have the money and you're around somebody that's got some drugs, it's like, man, I really don't fuck with heroin, but shit, if it makes you feel this way, I've seen you on, yeah, I'll take a little bit. You're not. I don't know that you're rationally thinking, or
Yeah, because
consciously
rationally
thinking. You
thinking,
just,
I'm like, bro, if you don't get the fuck out of my face, I'm not fucking injecting nothing in my fucking veins, bro. Like, and if you do it wrong, you can die. Like, I don't see how you can sell me on that shit. Like, bro, get the
yeah,
hell out of my face. Matter of
yeah,
fact, don't ever come back to my house. Like, I don't delete my number.
yeah. That shit's crazy, man.
Yeah, so because I was
Yeah.
talking about this, it's talking about a zombie drug. It's calling it Kush, and this they obviously from this story it's saying they're having a problem with it in Sierra Leone. It's weed and fentanyl and ground up bones. So I don't know how somebody could tell me that. I guess if you don't know nothing about it and they just kind of lace it with your drug with your blunt or something, and they don't tell you, you're like, bro, that was Kush you just had. Like, we finna fight.
Man, that's crazy because I just been hearing like so much stuff. Like they're even saying they're they're even saying, be careful with like some of this weed or whatever, some of this marijuana, because some of that can be late fentanyl.
Yeah, that's happening. They putting that shit is it's literally in everything. It's because it's really cheap, and it increases the effects of whatever drug it's mixed with. And yeah, they're so what happens is, a lot of people are addicted to it already and they don't even know it. Because if whatever drug you do, because it's in pills, it's in the weed, it's in literally everything, cocaine, and you let's say you whatever drug it is, you go and you buy this drug, and then it's laced with fentanyl, and then like you get high or whatever, but then it's like the high you got off of it, you're looking for that again because the regular stuff, it doesn't do the job the same way. So then you go back to that same dealer, the one that had the mixed stuff in it, and you may not even know that, you just think that it's really good or whatever. It's like, oh, this is like, even if it's just regular weed, it's just like, oh, it was way better than this, the other stuff that I got. I want some more of that. You don't even realize it's because it's mixed with fentanyl. Scary, scary, scary stuff because, a lot of there's a lot of misinformation with fentanyl. They use it in hospitals. It's a what do they call it? Anesthetic or whatever. It's a painkiller. And uh they were doing the news reports where if you just smelled it or you just looked at it or you held it in your hand, it would kill you and shit like that. Like, that is not what's happening. What's happening is people are overdosing because they don't the dosages takes you over the edge because it's stronger, it's more potent than other stuff. So it's like, if you know your limit, people who do whatever drug, they know what their limit is, and people that do hard drugs, they push to the edge all the time, but they know where their edge is. But if it has fentanyl in it, then they go over the edge without knowing it. And so that's what happens. That's what leads to all of these overdose deaths, especially with the pills. That's one of the main things that's taking people out. They have a pill that they take all the time, and they know how much of it they can take or whatever, but they don't know that it's mixed with fentanyl, and it's too much. It's too much for their system, and they OD.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. That's just like, I watched that the one singer dude, they call him Jelly Roll. He went, I think it was in Tennessee, he went to some deal and gave pretty much gave his testimony and speaking out, about fentanyl, man, and and how this drug makes companies like Purdue Pharma look like angels, which Purdue Pharma was the creators of Oxycontin, and it's like, that shit's crazy, bro. You know, I don't know, man, but you know, I guess when you're out there and you're living that lifestyle, bro, and you're chasing a high, uh, that disease has overtaken you. I guess it's easy to succumb to that, you know, mess around and get a hold of some heroin and, you take too much of it, you know.
Yeah. I want to
You end
cover
up,
some stories really quickly, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Let's do this one. It says Trump rhetoric and Republican candidates ads frighten immigrants in Iowa. So it says a grocery store had been her American dream, but now Nora Ennis wondered if she'd be better off bolting the doors and moving back to Liberia. Sales were down, rent was harder to pay, and campaign ads dominating Iowa ahead of the 2024 Republican caucuses seemed to paint immigrants like her as the enemy. It says she worried the rhetoric could fuel violence. It scares me, said Ennis, 60, in her shop catering to West African transplants. The Celebrity International store, it scares me a lot. So, as the race for the White House officially kicks off, GOP contenders jostle for votes. People who've settled here from all over the world say the intensifying spotlight on border security and harsh language lobbied by Republican candidates has filled them with dread. They're poisoning the blood of our country, Donald Trump said at an event in New Hampshire last month, doubling down on phrases his critics have slammed as strikingly similar to Adolf Hitler's talking points. His competitors aiming to lure voters to a Trump-loving party have largely shied away from addressing his word choice. I will use Trump's own words. He will poison Americans' mindset, said Gloria Henriquez, a restaurant owner and native of El Salvador. They will see an immigrant and say, oh, they ruin us. Iowa, she said, is her forever home. She'll be voting for the first time in November. It says, we all have the same blood, said Samson Irakaza. We aren't poisoning anything. Shalom Covenant Church congregation is mostly refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo, many of whom have become U.S. citizens in the last decade, voted right and left. It says the church regularly organizes opportunities for community service. When the next snowstorm hits, the Congolese immigrants will trek out with shovels, offering to clear the neighbors' driveways. So it's like the rhetoric of talking about the border is leading to these people feeling uncomfortable. And you see, these people are from all over the world, and these people aren't necessarily, coming across the southern border or whatever. But that talk is leading all these people to feel uncomfortable, and it's leading to attacks on these people. And these aren't the people that they really are like having a problem with. These are business owners. These are people that are legal immigrants. People that are they're contributing to society. You know what I'm saying? Paying taxes, opening businesses, and whatever. So, but this talk, this rhetoric, is impacting these people in negative ways. So this is where we are. Read this. It says, as the race for the White House officially kicks off and GOP contenders jostle for votes before the Iowa caucuses, people who've settled there from all over the world say the intensifying spotlight on border security and harsh language lobbied by Republican candidates has filled them with dread. The fire hose of campaign vitriol targeting undocumented or illegal migrants crushes room for nuanced debate, some say, threatening to demonize anyone who looks foreign. Naturalized citizens fear their neighbors might lump them in the same category as criminals and terrorists, and even those who agree with cracking down on unauthorized entry are disturbed by the relentless condemnation of people they see as fleeing danger or seeking a better life. So these are the repercussions of this. These are the innocent bystanders who are catching strays as a result of this, really intense immigration arguments that's happening.
As everyone is to be prepared. Be prepared for your family, your neighbors, your employees, your pets, your pipes, your plants. This is the time for us to all come together.
If we get power outages or if you use generators, ensure that those generators are operated outdoors. Do not operate the generators inside the home or even in the garage, even if the doors are open. Those generate a lot of carbon monoxide that can permeate into the homes.
The city of Houston will be operating 6 warming centers throughout the city on Monday and Tuesday, all from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. on both days. These multi-service centers are Acres Homes, Denver Harbor, Sunnyside, and the Metropolitan on West Gray, as well as Fondy Community Center, Downtown Recovery Center. This is a very dynamic list. Just recently, we just added Magnolia Park Multi-Service Center. All these locations are accessible by Metro. What I would advise everyone is to be prepared.
So it says Mayor Whitmire and city departments are prepared for the cold weather ahead. Warming centers open Monday night across Houston to ensure everyone stays warm. Stay warm, stay safe, Houston. So yeah, I can see the dangers that always happen. There's going to be fires and carbon dioxide poisonings and wrecks that's going to happen as a result of the freeze that's coming. So yeah, people just need to be smart don't die as a result of this freeze by trying to do something silly related to trying to keep warm or whatever, you know. So they're saying there's warming centers that you can go to or whatever. Uh, yeah, so don't freaking run your generators inside your garage or inside your house, and you know, don't be running your gas stoves and or whatever it is. You know, be safe. Look out for your neighbors. You know, this is a time for us to come together and make sure everybody stays safe. You know, ultimately, it's probably going to be people who are going to lose their life as a result of the freeze, just overreacting and doing silly things. So we all just need to be smart and, you know, be safe.
Man, I hope I know this probably sound real silly, but I'm like hoping this shit don't happen. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, the freeze is going to happen. I hope that, you know, we don't lose power like we did last time we had a hard freeze like this.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. Yeah, that's why I'm finna hurry up and get my, because they say all of Texas is gonna get it, and I'm actually headed to West Texas. So you know what that is. It's nothing but
I'm hoping I get to stay in the house too. I mean, Monday is a holiday, so there's no school. Um, Hopefully I don't have to work.
man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure restaurants are gonna be open because they're gonna be trying to get that business because they know people probably aren't gonna be cooking. They're gonna be going out there grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, the roads are going to be dangerous as hell because the people can't drive in normal circumstances.
And people can't drive in rain in Houston, so I can
Yeah,
only
and
I can only imagine with this shit.
we're going to get some precipitation, so it's going to be some ice on the roads. Let's do
Yeah.
this one. It says Boeing and its planes are falling apart. You can blame Jack Welch shareholder capitalism. It says, what's happening? A horrifying aircraft failure grounded over 150 Boeing airplanes after a door plug blew off an Alaskan airline plane still in flight. It's not Boeing's first high profile catastrophe. In 2018 and 2019, two Boeing 737 MAX airplanes crashed, killing 346 people. So, yeah, so recently we had this situation where a window or whatever opened while the plane was in flight. So, and it's drawing scrutiny on Boeing. Let's read some more. It says, for decades, Boeing was an American success story, employing thousands of U.S. workers in good paying jobs while providing airlines and the U.S. government with reliable and safe aircraft. But for the last 20 years, under the management of Jack Welch disciples, Boeing has laid off employees, resulting in quality control issues that threaten the safety of air travelers throughout the world. It says Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun is the guy who was really most like Jack. It says Jack Welch, the notorious CEO of General Electric, pioneered offshoring jobs using contractors and dumping profits into stock buybacks. His business model is known as shareholder capitalism. It prioritizes making money at the expense of workers and consumers, and it's the model Boeing adopted in the early 2000s.
The practices he pioneered are now commonplace, using contractors, offshoring labor, putting stock buybacks ahead of investment or innovation. These practices are all for the benefit, first and foremost, of the shareholder.
Says cutting costs on airplanes can be catastrophic. The crash of two airplanes and the crisis at Boeing latest 737 MAX failure narrowly avoided tragedy, but it won't avoid scrutiny. The U.S. House Committee investigation revealed that the crashes were the result of flawed technical assumptions, a lack of transparency from Boeing leadership, and pressure on Boeing engineers from top executives to meet unrealistic deadlines. It says weeks before the recent disaster where a door plug blew off Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet over Portland, Documents were filed in a federal court alleging that employees at Boeing subcontractor Spirit Aerosystems repeatedly warned corporate officials about an excessive amount of defects and were told to falsify records. Ugh. Emphasis on pushing out products over quality. Workers cited in the federal complaint attributed the alleged problems at Spirit to a culture that prioritizes moving products down the factory line as quickly as possible at any cost. The company has been under pressure from the Boeing to ramp up production, and in earnings calls, Spirit shareholders have pressed the company's executives about its production rates. Damn, it's like a whole nother reason to not fly Spirit Airlines, huh? It says, meanwhile, Boeing has spent more than $43 billion on stock buybacks over the last decade. The company has become a Wall Street darling, making their shareholders and executives richer while neglecting safety. It says it's time for Boeing to invest in its planes and the safety of airline travelers, not corporate and investor profits. So Boeing adopted Jack Welch's business model. Now the company and its planes are falling apart. For decades, Boeing was an American success story, employing thousands of U.S. workers in good-paying jobs while providing airlines and the U.S. government with reliable and safe aircraft. But for the last 20 years, under the management of Jack Welch disciples, Boeing has laid off employees, resulting in quality control issues that threaten the safety of air travel throughout the world. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun has even called the guy who was really most like Jack by Welch's own speechwriter. So yeah, so this is corporate greed, and the result of these stock buybacks, and it's and the safety is not where it should be. The planes aren't being maintained properly, and they're making record profits, but it's at a cost. They don't care because they're making a bunch of money. So if people die and they just keep making money, it's the cost of doing business. Let's do this one. It says, in Biden's first State of the Union speech, he said, it's time for the wealthiest 1% of Americans to pay their fair share. The IRS has collected more than $520 million in back taxes from delinquent millionaires so far, and the agency's credited Biden's Inflation Reduction Act for its stepped-up ability to pursue high-income, high-wealth individuals who owe money. Promises made, promises kept. This is important right here because remember when they were talking about the Inflation Reduction Act and they were talking about sending money to the IRS, and they were saying that they were training IRS people with guns and that they were going to start going after regular folks, and that it was a bad idea and they shouldn't be giving money to the IRS and all of this, It was a media storm related to that. But people, have a short memory and they forget about things and the news cycle moves on. But this has had a good outcome because the money that they gave to the IRS allowed them to pursue these high-end tax dodging folks, because those people with money was able to get lawyers and tie the shit up, and the IRS didn't have resources to do that. So, but then this gave them the resources to do it, and as a result, the IRS has collected more than $520 million in back taxes from delinquent millionaires. So the argument was, the money wasn't justified. It wasn't justified to give the money to the IRS, and they were just going to use it to go after regular folks. And people remember they were talking about if you over $500 that you transfer through Cash App or something like that, they were going to go in and tax you and all of that. And they were just trying to make everybody scared, but it was really protecting the damn millionaires. And the money that they gave to the IRS has had a surplus. What I mean is, it paid for itself. It more than paid for itself and got a return. So now you have more money in the system to be used for social programs or whatever the hell. They talk about the debt ceiling, and they talk about fiscal responsibility and all of this. And So what I'll be saying all the time is that, all we have to do is collect the taxes on the books and we'll have enough money to pay for whatever social programs or whatever. And we don't have to be worried about the debt ceiling, and we are being fiscally responsible, and we can spend money on Medicare, Medicaid, um, SNAP, food stamps, school lunch programs, and the list goes on. So that's how you know that the media is ran by these damn rich folks, corporations, or whatever, to try to scare people away from, the IRS collecting more taxes, really going to benefit Americans. Comment, it says, and then he took all that money and sent it to facilitate genocide by Israel and bomb Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. That's not true. So this is one of those things that you can put on Biden's lap as a good thing that he did.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. So yeah,
Yeah,
but Biden
crazy.
did a good thing with that by pushing to get more money to the IRS, and they're collecting more tax money. But they're always talking about people paying too much taxes, and they're always trying to find ways to get rich folks to use their loopholes and not pay taxes. And regular folks that's on the bottom of the damn spectrum are always backing this shit up. And these the same people that are on food stamps, but they don't want the damn millionaires to pay fucking taxes. It's so stupid. This is voting against their own interests. All right, let me do this one.
Cruiser now.
Let me widen out for you real quick. He's
Wow,
right on his
right
tail.
there.
Here we go,
Wow.
bumping him. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he did that. But he bumped the rear of the vehicle on the sidewalk, took out a pole. Oh, this is Vermont at Sepulveda. Driver door is open. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna widen out. We are here in Carson. I'm gonna keep.
Cruiser now.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw in the video, but at the end of the clip, he did the pit maneuver and it swung the car around and it hit a pedestrian, knocked her off of her freaking feet. So it says, yesterday in Carson, California, cops struck a woman while they dangerously did a pit maneuver in a busy traffic for an alleged carjacking. So these are the situations that I make arguments about all the time. And I've been seeing more and more stories related to these high-speed chases that the police are doing, and innocent people are getting killed and hurt as a result. And I think in a lot of these cases, they don't need to be. First off, these damn pit maneuvers are dangerous as hell. But for the cop, for the person driving the car, and for people around it. But beyond that, a lot of these car chases, I don't think that they should even be doing them. They're trying to protect property or whatever, trying to recover property. Like this one is a carjacking. So, but they're gonna wreck the car that they're trying to get back to the person who that it got jacked from or whatever. The ends don't justify the means is basically what I'm trying to get to. Innocent people dying, the cops running through lights and having wrecks, and the cops are dying, innocent people are dying. We need to get to the point where we kind of like think more logically related to a lot of these car chases, because they're making things more dangerous. We have a lot of technology, man. We can go pick these people up, follow them at a safe distance, use the helicopters or whatever, and then go get these people. You don't have to freaking do these damn cops and robbers freaking car chases where all these innocent people are getting hurt as a result of it. It's stupid. And then people push against me really heavily whenever I say this. A lot of these car chases they shouldn't do at all. At all. People dying as a result, and it's like they're justifying it because it's like, oh, we can't just let all the criminals just go away or whatever. But it's like, man, it's just like some property was lost. Like, do a freaking insurance claim on that shit or whatever. You know, we're so hell bent on persecuting people that we're willing to kill ourselves and others, damage more property. You know, it doesn't really make sense. It's a archaic as way of doing things. It's outdated. It's freaking stupid. Let me read the caption. It
Yeah.
says, "Cops should not be endangering our lives for anything, especially not property theft. These chases often do more harm than good. Thankfully, the woman is alive and is quoted as saying, 'I was crossing the street and I don't remember anything. I just felt the impact.'" You know, when are we going to get to the point and realize that it's just like, you know, life is more important than property? You know, life is more important than persecuting people. Like, you know,
Yeah.
the pit
Yeah.
maneuvers are dangerous, and these unnecessary car chases are stupid, especially with all the technology that we have now. And if they do get away, fucking so be it. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt. We need to do better priorities. It's kind of related to the excessive force that the cops use all the time, leading to, you know, we had the largest number of police killings this in 2023 in like a long time. It's increased. It's continuing to increase, and this last year has been like a record number of deaths as a result of police excessive force. And then people want to make it about race because that's just what people like to do. But it's white people, black people, Hispanics, everybody is dying as a result of this. Any excessive force death is unnecessary and shouldn't be happening regardless of their skin tone, you know. And when are we going to get to the point where we realize that, you know, we need to hold these police accountable for this stuff, you know, so that it won't happen, you know? And what happens is they sue the the suits is the answer for a lot of people. Oh, just sue them or whatever. Well, the money ends up coming out of the tax dollars anyways. It doesn't come from the police officers. And then the police officer, maybe he loses his job and then he goes to get another job in another city or another state and goes on about his business doing the same shit, you know? And training is an issue, but that's not the whole thing. I mean, there's a culture in policing for these people to be doing this stuff. Other countries don't have these same problems related to deaths and the police.
Yeah. I mean, but at the end of the day, do we truly know if these other countries don't have these issues? Maybe they don't report about it.
No, we got the numbers. The numbers are there. I covered in the other show when they did a comparison between the UK and the United States and the number of deaths. And then what people want to say is the population of the United States, but still the percentages is way off. And any death is too many. You know, it was like the UK had like the numbers was really small compared to the United States.
Yeah,
I don't want to say what the numbers was because I don't remember and I don't want to say I'm wrong.
I got you, bro. Man, dude, I'm happy I was able to at least tune in for a little bit. But I'm about to
You gotta
take
get
off
out.
driving out of the plant. Yeah, can't talk on the phone while driving, man. I got a camera looking right at my ass.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here anyways.
But yeah, man. But no, dude, I'm do my best try to tune in when I can, bro. Uh, this work schedule. Now you get to see what time I got to go to work. So
Yeah, that's crazy.
3 in the morning, man. So and then I'm gone. And when I'm out on the road, it's the same thing. So, but anyway, man, you be safe. Y'all be careful. Be well, bro. Be safe in this weather that's coming. This freeze. If you haven't, man, try to stock up. Get you some cases of water, some food for you to have in the house, man, and just be safe. Don't go out there if it's bad. You know, Houston, where you live at, it's a concrete jungle, so that shit ice is over, man.
Hmm.
Get whatever you need now. Your cigarettes, your vape oil, whatever.
It's probably too
You
late.
know,
Everything gonna be gone. Shit, you know how people are.
nah, nah, bro. They keeping the stores stocked. You know, just hit up Walmart or HEB or whatever is close to you and get your smokes, get your smoky, whatever you partake in, and have that shit in the house so you can just chill out. You know, you probably should have went to the liquor store yesterday if you ain't got no liquor. Yeah, but anyway, man, I'm gonna jump off of here and get down this road, brother.
All right, man. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, you welcome, man. Shit, same here. Good to hear from you too, man. Y'all be safe, be well.
All right.
All right, bro.
Okay, y'all, let me do this one. It says Texas National Guard blocking Border Patrol from key stretches of Rio Grande, DOJ says. I covered this a little bit earlier, but I really wanted to get to this one. It says Texas National Guard soldiers have shut federal immigration agents out of key stretches of the border, escalating tensions between state and federal officials who have been at odds over Governor Greg Abbott's increasingly aggressive border security efforts. The Texas National Guard has fenced off 2.5 million stretch near Eagle Pass and deployed armed soldiers and vehicles to block Border Patrol agents from accessing the Rio Grande. The Department of Justice wrote in court filings late Thursday night that includes a public park in Eagle Pass that the state seized control over this week. Soldiers were preventing Border Patrol from reaching a key staging area under an international bridge and blocking them from using a boat ramp in the public park, the only one for miles along the Rio Grande. The National Guard told Border Patrol it would not allow federal agents to apprehend migrants in the area or permit state troopers from turning migrants over to federal agents for processing, according to the filing. So, do y'all see this? So, so it says the National Guard told Border Patrol it would not allow federal agents to apprehend migrants to the area or permit state troopers from turning migrants over to federal agents for processing. So it's like Abbott is trying to do his thing, but he's also keeping the federal government from doing their job, and they're actually trying to process the migrants or whatever. Like, you know, they could be in the process of deporting these people, and Abbott is keeping them from being able to do that. Like, does he really care about like improving the situation there, or is he just using this as like a political tool, political ploy? This is crazy. So, you got this competition between the state and the federal government to the point where uh, the Texas National Guard has fenced off an area and they blocking the Border Patrol agents from accessing the area. That's crazy. Comment, it says the feds are awful at this, so I'm glad Texas is doing something about it. Don't be upset. They still have California, New Mexico, and Arizona to overload. He's not stopping this. He's actually helping them to do more. Like he's keeping the federal government from doing their job. He's keeping them from actually enforcing border security in this area. It says federalize the Texas National Guard. These Republicans think they own their states. Another one says Abbott is out of control. He's talking about shooting migrants on camera. Lock him up. Another one, interpretation. The National Guard is doing their job and the job of Border Patrol. It says, why is what Greg is doing bad? It's bad because he's stepping on the toes of the federal government, which is their job to deal with immigration. And it's also not allowing them to process in this area, which is going to lead to freaking these people still getting through. Like, it's crazy. It says, so Abbott is stopping the Border Patrol from doing their jobs. Way to go, Hot Wheels. See, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. It's the opposite of what he really is supposedly standing for. It says, for the first time ever, I'm okay with what he is doing. Somebody has to stop this out of control bombardment. Close the border. Another one that says, this is another waste of tax dollars. Two internal warring government agencies make no sense. All the people working on both ends have families and are being put in harm's way for domestic affairs that revolve around politics. America is a melting pot and always has been. Most of you would not have been born if not for that. Wars and internal conflicts, these leaders need to get their heads in the game before our weakness becomes too apparent and too appealing. Says, hey, Abbott, how about work on creating legislation instead of wasting money? I'm telling you. It says, finally, a good job, Abbott. Another one that says, those Northerners in D.C. don't know anything about uncontrolled immigration because they have no experience with it. They sit there and make decisions about things they don't see the consequences for. Texas National Guard are Texans, and I support them. And you know what's crazy about this is like these conservative folks are always like the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution. Well, the Constitution is the one that says that it's the federal government who deals with these situations. So you're okay with going against the Constitution when you choose to. Like, that's not how it works. You either got to be with the Constitution or not. You can't choose parts of it to agree with and parts you don't agree with. It says, so Texas decides national policy now. It says, yeehaw, let's go Texas. About time someone protected our borders.
Three weeks ago, a bipartisan majority. Here's how I know Greg Abbott doesn't care about our students. 3 weeks ago, a bipartisan majority in the Texas House defeated Greg Abbott's voucher scam. And now he's retaliating by withholding desperately needed funding from our public schools. We started this year with a $33 billion budget surplus. And do you know how much of that Greg Abbott is planning on spending on our students? Zero. $0 for our students, $0 for our teachers, $0 for our schools. He spent the whole year talking about educational freedom and parental empowerment. How does depriving our schools of desperately needed funding help any student or any parent in this state? This has never been about helping kids. This has always been about destroying public education. Greg Abbott and his 2 billionaire mega donors are intentionally starving our schools so that they can blame them for underperformance and use that to justify their voucher scams. They're sinking the ship so that they can sell us the lifeboats. Here's how I know Greg Abbott doesn't care about our students. 3 weeks ago, a bipartisan majority in the Texas House defeated Greg Abbott's voucher scam. And now he's retaliating by withholding desperately needed funding from our public schools. We started this year with a budget surplus. And do you know how much of that Greg Abbott is planning on spending on our students? Zero.
So $33 billion surplus. And Abbott is keeping that money from being able to be spent in the schools. And this is so much bullshit. You know, the kids need this stuff. And it's like he said, it's really this has been a national deal, though, that's happened across the nation. But Texas is leading the way. Florida, I want to say, is in it. Arizona, a couple other states where they're pushing for these vouchers. And like he said at the end of this clip, it's really about starving the it's all about starving the schools so that they underperform, so that they can justify coming in like what they did in Harris County and HISD, and they can come in and take over the schools and or push the vouchers situations. So they can say that the schools are underperforming, they're not taking care of the kids and all of that. And so we need to privatize this shit. So he's straight up sabotaging this shit. So if they don't have the funds, they don't have the money, then of course they're going to end up underperforming as a result of that. Not having good teachers, not having good facilities, school lunch, all of that shit. You know, I've been screaming this for the longest, and everybody's pushing back really hard on me on this, and they can't see the bullshit because the media is not covering this properly. All they saying is the school system sucks. Okay, all right. So why? What is leading to that? Where is the money going? What is the reason why the school system sucks? Is it because here in Texas they got $33 billion that the government is holding the, away from the schools? I want to play this clip one more time.
$0 for our teachers, $0 for our schools. He spent the whole year talking about educational freedom and parental empowerment. How does depriving our schools of desperately needed funding help any student or any parent in this state? This has never been about helping kids. This has always been about destroying public education. Greg Abbott and his 2 billionaire mega donors are intentionally starving our schools so that they can blame them for underperformance and use that to justify their voucher scams. They're sinking the ship so that they can sell us the lifeboats. Here's how I know Greg Abbott doesn't.
They're sinking the ship so they can sell us the lifeboats. It says Greg Abbott talks a big game about helping students and parents, but after 4 special sessions, he's given our schools $0. This has never been about helping kids. It's always been about destroying public education. So they want to privatize everything so they can make the freaking money off of it. They don't care about the students suffering. Dang, this is crazy. Here's another one by Pat. He's all over my freaking thing. I don't know. Maybe he's seen these because I shared some of these in the thing. It says, Pat says, please explain how vouchers are a scam. Please, because vouchers are supposed to empower parents on how and where they want to spend it. But Democrats believe parents are too stupid to know what they want for their kids. As a matter of fact, Democrats say that the kids belong to the government, not the parents. See, I don't know about all of that belonging to the parents. I mean, the schools, not the parents. But I can explain how the vouchers are a scam because you use these in these private schools, and in a lot of cases, you have to spend more money. Like the vouchers don't cover these schools cost the private schools that it costs to attend, and these vouchers don't cover the full amount that it costs to go to these schools. So the parents have to fill that gap. They also have to get the school to transport the child to and from the school because most likely that school isn't going to be in their area because that's the whole way it works with the public school system. You are zoned to the schools that are in your area so they're closer to where you live. So, but if you're picking a school for your kid to go to, most likely it's not going to be in your area. So that's gonna, have you're gonna have to flip the bill and time related to getting them to and from school. Okay. And the other part of the vouchers is it's a way to keep from money being in the public schools. It's just another way to depreciate the funding going to the public schools because the number of kids in the school is how they get the funding to the school. That's how they distribute the funds based on the attendance of the kids. So if there are fewer kids in the school and they're over there in the private schools, then those public schools get less funding. So the kids that's left behind, the poorer kids, the inner city kids, are going to have shittier teachers, shittier facilities, because they're not going to get the funding from the government to those schools. Another comment, it says schools are already getting too much money. It's typical for over half of a school's salary budget to go to non-teachers. Cut school budgets in half, reinstate corporal punishment, and lower property taxes. And I'm a retired teacher. I have seen the waste firsthand. So yeah, the argument about the schools getting too much money, there is a lot of money going into the system, but like she just said, it doesn't go to the teachers. It doesn't go to the school. A lot of times all that money goes to administration. You'd be surprised how much these administrators are getting paid, $200,000, $300,000 a year, to work in administration, to help make decisions on like related to curriculum and so forth and so on, related to the schools. But that's where the problem is. We need to distribute these funds better, pay the teachers more, pay everybody that's in the school actually on campus getting paid better, instead of that money going to the bureaucracy, going to those administrators. There's way too many administrators. Like, it's a whole bunch of them. It's a whole ass panel of them. Maybe have fewer of them, and pay them a little bit less. Why do they get paid so much? So the majority of the money that's supposed to be going to the schools is going to the administrators. So that is the issue. One of the issues. Another comment says, I stand with school choice. My taxes, my choice. Okay, that's fine. You can go with that. But, no child left behind leaves all these kids behind. All of the parents who don't have the money to make all these changes. And those kids and that's the whole system. That's the way it's set up, so that the poor kids suffer, especially in certain neighborhoods. They just don't get hardly any funding at all. Like, so fucked up. It says, sounds like it's time for a new governor. It says, Greg Abbott has as much integrity as the two legs he stands on. I'm sorry. God forgive me for laughing. Another one says, I'm so ready for Abbott to be gone from office. He's been governor too long. I vote against him every time, but he's still there. I know. It's because of the way the districts are drawn up. A lot of people do not like Abbott, but those rural areas of Texas is so big, and the rural areas are the ones that decide. They got too much weight, too much power. Their vote matters so much more if you live in like a little country bumpkin town than if you live in a city like Houston. Let's do this one. I'm gonna wrap it on this one. It says, dictionaries and encyclopedias pulled from Florida school district as part of sexual and inappropriate content book ban review. So, sexual and inappropriate content book ban review, and we're talking about dictionaries and encyclopedias. Does that not sound crazy to y'all? This is getting ridiculously out of hand. They pull y'all strings and they get you all emotionally ignited, and then they again, the students suffer as a result. They're pulling dictionaries and encyclopedias. Come on. It says Florida's Escambia County School District is looking to extend the state's book ban to an unexpected genre, dictionaries. Among a list of 1,600 books being reviewed based on the state's legislation, HB 1069, that says schools may not have books that depict or describe sexual conduct or are inappropriate, are 5 dictionaries, 8 encyclopedias, the Guinness Book of World Records. And see, what sucks is when you say sexual conduct or inappropriate, this can be open to interpretation. So based on somebody's interpretation of sexual conduct or interpretation of inappropriate, they can throw all kinds of stuff in the pot. And now you got dictionaries and encyclopedias. I doubt very seriously if any dictionary or encyclopedia has any intention on indoctrinating a kid into being LGBTQ or teach them about sex or something like that in some kind of way that a parent would feel inappropriate. These damn dictionaries and encyclopedias get scrutinized so heavily before they get published, like more than anything else. Like they get heavily scrutinized. And they are supposed, dictionaries and encyclopedias are non-age whatever specific. So everybody from what, 0 to all ages, encyclopedias and dictionaries should be appropriate for all ages. And they kept that in mind when they were writing those encyclopedias and dictionaries. So how did we get here? Comment, it says, what the Nazi shit is going on in Florida? Another comment, it says, what is next? Banning the alphabet? Another one, it says, this is absolutely effing absurd. The people banning books have zero common sense. Another one that says, oh, well, next thing you know, Florida will be all aflutter because their kids are all teenage parents who can't spell. Another one says, more proof they've never actually read the Bible. This comment right here is big. It says, oh, well, next thing you will know, Florida will be aflutter because the kids are all teenage parents who can't spell. So the thing about like sex education, teaching kids about STDs, teaching them about condoms, teaching them how, you get pregnant, this is stuff they should know. Okay. You can say, your kid is not sexually active and they don't know nothing about sex or whatever. Okay, that's fine. And they cannot know nothing about sex until they accidentally get somebody pregnant or accidentally catch a STD. Teaching them about it is how you deter that shit. If they don't know about it like anything at all and you keep on avoiding the subject and then they experiment on their own because it happens naturally, then they end up pregnant, getting somebody pregnant or with an STD or whatever. I remember when I was in school when they were showing like the pictures of people who had syphilis and stuff like that. I still remember those pictures to this day. I don't know if I was in middle school or high school. I don't remember, but I remember those pictures to this day because that shit struck me like a mug. People's face all caved in, like gone, because it was late stages of syphilis. Oh man, it was so terrible. Like that kind of thing works. That works. Okay. You see pictures like that, you don't want to catch syphilis. Then they tell you how you catch it or whatever, then you're like, okay, I'm going to be a lot more careful about what I do with my mouth or my sexual parts or whatever the hell. We're going backwards. We are going backwards, y'all. And they are triggering y'all with their emotional ass bullshit, and y'all are falling for it. And it's only going to have negative fucking repercussions. Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining.